The City of San Clemente respects the many people of different faiths who reside here. The City Council historically begins its session with an invocation offered by one of the religious leaders of our community with full appreciation of our shared belief that we are one nation under God. And while the city cannot endorse any particular religion, we respect the religious freedom and freedom of expression of all our citizens to pray as they feel led to pray. This evening's invocation will be given by Don Kapoff, chaplain with the Orange County Sheriff's Department.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, and Lori will lead us.
Let's pray. Father, thank you for today. Thank you for our lives. Thank you that we get to live in San Clemente. We're truly blessed to be here. I ask, Father, that you would preside over these proceedings tonight, that you would keep our children safe as they move about the town, keep our families safe. We love you and we thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Donchak.
Here.
Councilmember Ward. Mayor Pro Tem Baker.
Here.
Mayor Ham.
Here.
First item on the agenda is presentation by Principal Civil Engineer Ken Natz concerning the Lucity Computerized Maintenance Management System.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to tell you the city clerk is very nervous about this. We had to do a little song and dance this morning about logging on and logging off, so I know our IT folks have us dialed in, so just bear with me. So this is an exciting time at the city. Is everyone ready? Exciting time at the city. We talked a little bit about managing assets into the future at the long-term financial plan workshop. Council requested a demo. I'm really excited to show you here what we have this evening here with the Lucity system. There's been a lot of hard work going into this. The council awarded this project June 5th, 2014, exactly 11 months ago. We've made a lot of headway. The utilities configuration is nearing completion, and the public works configuration kicked off about 3 months ago and is underway. I'd like to remind the council that there's two phases to this project. There's a phase 1, which is the configuration, and a phase 2, which is the optimization. That phase 2 will take a couple of years to really optimize the system to all the city's workflows and make sure that we establish the right baselines to benchmark ourselves to national public works standards. So I'll just jump right in. Excited to tell you that the Lucity system now currently manages 80,000 water, sewer, storm drain assets that are within the city's utility networks. And there'll be more and more that'll come online here as we collect more data and put those into the system. And I'll give you a quick tour here on Lucity. So on the left side here, we have all these tabs. Each one of these basically will allow you to drill into these subsets of this various data. You can see here utilities encompasses sewer, pump and plant, water, and then we have the maintenance things that were just queued up here, the beach maintenance, facilities maintenance, streets maintenance, and landscape maintenance. Within Lucity here, there's various ways to view the data, which are called frames. Lucity at its core is a work order and a request software. So requests come in internally or externally from either the public or internally from folks here who work at the city. It's determined at that time via an administrator or a supervisor whether that should become a work order. And what's important with a work order is to track everything that's going on with the process. Not only the work that's being done, but the equipment that's being used, the materials that are being used, and that really provides you a total cost of service for that asset. So again, as we move forward here and develop some of these baselines for these various tasks, we'll know what a typical cost to replace a meter is, what a typical cost to address a manhole repair is. And we'll be able to baseline these costs and better manage the utility to become more efficient in the operations that we do on a day-to-day basis.
Ken, I got one question before you move off of that subject. I thought the Lucity system was supposed to generate its own work orders, not get them from you guys or the public.
I guess it's a little bit of a misnomer. The work orders themselves, there are two different types of work orders, and I know you're going with this, Councilmember Baker. There's the corrective maintenance work orders, and there's the preventative maintenance work orders. And the preventative maintenance work orders, you're correct here. The preventative maintenance work orders basically get triggered by the system based on run times of pumps, O&M requirements with respect to when things should be replaced, oil replacements, and we've really configured the corrective maintenance side. The preventative maintenance side is still really yet to come. There's a lot of fine tuning that needs to happen to trigger those preventative maintenance. As you can see here, just a quick view in the utilities tab. There's about 74 current open work orders. You can see here down at the bottom all the various work orders that have been completed by staff, 750. We were supposed to be in production the middle of this month, so we're a little bit ahead of schedule. That's the good news. But there's still a lot of learning curve that's going on with the system. We've done a lot of training sessions. There's some people who've really grabbed it and adopted it, and there's others who are a little bit slower to come to the party. And so we're trying to, basically bring everybody up to speed before we get a little more complicated with using the system. It's more advanced functionality with respect to doing some of the more advanced functions that we're talking about with respect to triggering some of those preventative maintenance work orders. So we really have to establish a good foundation before we can take it to that next level. And that was kind of the optimization that I referenced here in the phase 2 process. So moving right on, another great feature here is, and I can drill into some of this. I know there's folks here that have a lot of important things to discuss with you. Another great feature of Lucity is the GIS mapping component. Basically, our distribution and our collections crews, now they work with these tablets. We have about 10 of these tablets deployed. Again, we're testing to see, what tablet or what device works the best. Again, some people gravitate towards a workstation, some people gravitate towards a laptop, so we're kind of doing a slow deployment. But the collections crews and the distributions crews are using these maps to generate work orders. And I'll give you a quick example. This is basically, again, the city's map with all of the city assets, water, sewer, storm drain are all on here. And we can just drill in here. We'll pick a street. We can, click on one of these assets. That's a sewer system gravity main. So an employee out in the field can basically drill into this data. If he's out there, he needs to video the line, he needs to do work on a manhole. He can do this quickly. He can go in and he can generate a work order. The work order will pop up, and then he'll basically select what type of work he's doing. Let's say he gets a call from a resident on an odor complaint. He'll come in here, and then he'll come in and he'll basically investigate. So again, a lot of detail here. I'm at a very high level. I'd be happy to sit down with any of the council members individually to talk through some of the detail. I'm just trying to kind of hit some of the high level here. Moving right along, in addition to the maps, you can kind of work from the maps, and I'll use an example here with respect to some of our sewer collections guys. Those guys they all have tablets, and they're probably one of the most advanced crews. And again, referring you back to looking at a work order from a total cost of service standpoint. What does it really mean? So here you can see the work orders that are being generated, who they're being generated by, who they're being assigned to. This system really puts the accountability in the employee's hands because these work orders are assigned directly to an employee, and that employee therefore has to complete the work, and his supervisor is giving him basically a priority on the work order, and it basically dictates when he should get that work done. And so, we'll just pick one of these here, sanitary sewer gravity mains, just to kind of show you the total cost of service. We have a daily routine videoing, and here you can see, over the course of that video, 14 hours in labor, and then 700 in equipment hours. There's a total cost for that. So taking that to the next step, there's some really great reporting features in Lucity here. And I'll bring up a report on some of the sewer work. These reports basically were custom tailored to us. There's some that are out of the box, but this will give us a little more visibility on what it is our staff is doing on a day-to-day basis and really what they're working on. Let me just find one that makes sense here. Let's see. Task. So we'll do a task resource summary report. And this is all the data that's being queued up over the last month. So there's some accuracies, there's some inaccuracies. Again, that's why we're talking about this optimization phase. But you can really see who's doing what kind of activities they're doing, and we'll be able to merge this with our budget in a couple future years to allow us to, again, fine-tune our operations and really provide, improve our efficiency, not only from the standpoint of what the employees are doing because we're giving them this technology, but also improve customer service, improve accountability, allow the supervisors to have a little bit better performance monitoring. And really, in the end, it's really about sustainability of assets. It's building this baseline to allow us to plan for the future, and it's really generating true costs off what it's really taking to do this work. So in closing, I think this is really a win-win-win, I'd like to say. It's for everybody. Basically we have a win for the employees. They got these great maps. They used to go through paper maps. They can generate work orders on the fly. They used to have to do paper. It used to end up in a box. Someone would have to input it, go look for it. 3 years from now, you never find it. So this system's really giving us an ability to know what's going on at all times and house that data in one central silo, not only for utilities, but for public works maintenance and any sort of maintenance activity. So we're really kind of encompassing our entire maintenance organization. Win for the managers. The managers basically are able to assign their work to an employee. And I'll show you a couple of these drills here. Open work orders by assigned to. So when an employee shows up in the morning, they get to their tablet or they go to their workstation and they're finding their name, they're seeing their work, they're going out, they're completing their work. As it's completed, the supervisor has the ability to approve the work order and this work order pending approval, making sure that it's getting done. And then he has all these performance monitoring tools to track what's going on. And why did it take 5 hours to do a meter here and it took 2 hours over here? These are the little details that really save money and make a big difference. And then again, a win for the public. That's what really matters here. We're able to steward our facilities and our utilities in a way that's going to allow us to plan for the future 20, 30 years. This will be used as a basis for our asset management going 20, 30 years out once we really have optimized the system and we have a good baseline of data. That concludes my comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So one of the items that I remember as part of this conversation was we were going to map all of the landscape in our parks.
That's correct.
And then also measure growth and other items for it. Could you talk a little bit about how you do that assessment, how do you track that and maintain those? That's kind of an intriguing idea to me.
We're not there yet. is a simple answer.
Oh, okay.
The phase 1 configuration really was a utilities base, and that was because we had a lot of this GIS data that we've been developing for a couple of years. We are going to be doing more data collection efforts for parks, for green space. Water conservation is going to be a huge issue, obviously, in the next 5, 10 years. We will be able to use the GIS system to track the water conservation activities, what's going on with water conservation. The GIS has very powerful tools to be able to identify areas of landscape, and then from that, you can basically integrate it with other systems to tell you, okay, what is how much water should we really be using at this parcel level? We're not there yet, but that's definitely in the vision.
That's in the future, and that includes trees and the rest of the assets in these parks too.
That's
right?
correct. There's actually a decision package this year in the CIP budget to inventory all the city's trees. It's approximately $80,000, and that's part of what you're discussing, Councilmember Brown, as far as being able to know what species of tree, how much life does it have left, where does it exist? Is it in the public right-of-way? So with these mapping techniques that we're using, we're mapping things so precisely that, in an aerial view, you can tell where a tree is with respect to the right-of-way. So these questions about, You know, is it public, is it private? A lot of this is going to get solved through this real precise mapping that we're doing through the GIS system.
So Ken, first of all, thank you for being so excited about this. It feels like we're in the 21st century. It's great. So I was at an insurance, with the city's insurance carrier. I was in a meeting recently, and it turns out that roots and sewer lines are one of the highest frequency and relatively most expensive claims that a city makes to the insurance authority. So if we were told that, would you be able to use this to pull up where our trouble spots are in the city?
Most definitely. I could probably find a quick example,
right now?
possibly. You know, let's, again, we've only got about a month of data in here, so, but I
love how confident you are with this, though.
I perused this before coming here tonight, and I could have swore that I saw.
I saw cut roots
Yeah,
twice,
there, right
which
there,
is,
cut
yeah.
roots. Okay, so perfect. So here's the work order. Here's what happened. Again, I showed you kind of how much it cost. I showed you where that looked. Now, you know, you said you want to know where it is. So if our folks did this correctly, they've tagged an asset on that work order. So that's where they did the root cutting, right there on that yellow thing. So that tells you right where they did the work, what lines they did. And the beauty about that is that lives on forever. So in a couple of years, if someone goes out there and looks at this system, they'll be able to click on that line. They'll be able to see, oh, we did this work order a couple years ago. Here's what we did. Let me look at the detail. And that's for any asset out there. That's valves, that's fire hydrants, again, which will help the guys do their jobs because they'll know, well, I don't have to do this. This got done recently.
Great.
So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Ken, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good evening. Optimize. That is the name of the game. Thank you, Council.
I would like to share one story from last week. One of the water guys was down in my neighborhood testing some water feature. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing, but I asked him about Lucity. I said, so when you do this task, when you're finished with it, are you going to enter this into the Lucity system? He said, absolutely. I don't have my tablet yet, but I'll be getting mine very soon. I said, so how's it going? How's that Lucity thing going? The quote was, boy, Ken Natz has got this handled. He is all over this Lucity stuff. So your employees think you're doing a great job of this, Ken.
Well, thank you for the story. And by the way, Councilmember Baker, this is that work order right here. I had to find it because I knew you might bring it up.
I think in the comments, you have something like,
it
talk
was-
to Bob Baker.
Chris is
Compliments to
busted.
Ken.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council. Have a good evening.
Next is presentation concerning the fiscal year 2016 proposed budget.
So I'm having Judy, our finance manager, pass out the proposed fiscal year 2016 budgets for you. I have a short presentation. We have a lot more in store for you over the coming days. So we'll go ahead and start off with, this is basically our brief presentation as the proposed fiscal year 2016 budget kicks off. The budget process itself, it's an important process that the city takes on every year. We utilize the city's long-term financial plan, and within that, we take advantage of our long-term financial forecast, our fiscal and reserve policies, our capital projects analysis, and a new one, our information technology strategic plan, as well as our general plan implementation measures. In addition, the process that we conduct is a collaborative process with all the city stakeholders as we work with them through budget review and budget input, et cetera. And then lastly, this is a tool that helps reinforce and maintain the city's AAA bond rating, which is something that we are very proud of. All right, the budget message for 2016. As we prepare for the fiscal year 2016, we see a positive future, but not all challenges are behind us. We need to take a moment to take a note to the next 5 years, we're going to continue to maintain a positive operating position. That is something that we haven't seen since the recession. However, it's a forecast. It's based on assumptions. Things can come up. that can change that. Working with our current base as we have today, I'll go to the next slide. This shows our next 5 years and our projected operating position. So this year, we're looking to end with a positive operating position of about $400,000. Next year, we project $700,000. Then we start to see a little bit of a downward spend with $500,000, $300,000, and then in 2020, $100,000. Marblehead is built into these forecasts conservatively. Again, assumptions. If things go different directions every year as part of the LTFP process, we come back, we reevaluate the forecast. So I don't want to go, let's have a party. This is a good thing, and we need to be conservative and maintain that due diligence every year as we kind of reevaluate our financial forecast. I'm coming to an end. The 2016 budget schedule, tonight's the presentation. Next Thursday, May 14th, we'll have the budget workshop, which will be a lengthy process. Then we have a public hearing scheduled on Tuesday, June 2nd, and then we do the budget adoption on June 16th. One of the things I will point out, it's a positive looking operating position this year. We do have a number of decision packages that can change that positive. So just to kind of give you an idea, we'll be bringing in about $175,000 in city council decision packages that are operating general fund decision packages. Then we have a number of one-times that we'll be presenting to the council, about $560,000. And then we have other funds that total upwards of about $500,000 in terms of decision packages. So we'll have a lot of decisions to bring forward in the workshop and seek discussion and direction from the city council. But with that, I'll conclude our presentation. The budget is, oh, we got one more. From the standpoint of transparency, the budget has been officially loaded. You want to take me there, please? I'll take you to our city transparency page where we have our budgets and all of our other crucial documents that are now uploaded. So you'll find right there at the top the 2016 proposed budget. You'll be able to find the adopted budget and all the other relative financial information that are good tools to help understand how the city works from a financial standpoint. This PowerPoint will also be uploaded onto our website today as well. So with that, I take any questions. Otherwise, thank you for your time.
Erica, one of the questions I had for you is what degree of comfort do you have with the modeling on the Marblehead Outlet project? Did we receive the data necessary to make the projections, or did we have to reverse engineer that?
Judy, I got to give Judy major credit on this. We didn't get all the information we needed, but we got enough to do a good estimate. And as things start coming through building, through tenant improvements and so forth, that'll help us only refine those estimates. But we feel good with a conservative estimate, but timing of when things open, all that kind of stuff does play into our model because we are looking at potentially a third quarter opening with regards to Marblehead. So if things change or not as many stores open up, that will have kind of a domino effect on our financial forecast as it relates to sales tax.
I just want to say kudos for using the tablet. Great job.
Thank you.
90%.
Thank you. Just the one click I had to ask Laura.
Are these decision packages listed in the online budget?
Yes, yes. Just
Wonderful.
like they're laid out in your binders behind each tab for each department, you'll find the decision packages there as well.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. No other questions? Eric, thank you very much. See you next week.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the City of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda, may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation. I have 15 cards, which may go beyond the 30 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll do the 30 minutes, and then we can hear the cards at the end. So if everyone goes the full time, the last 5 people will have to wait till the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's Warren, Donna, Carol, Mike Cosenza, and Pete Van Ice. So the first speaker this evening is Christy McBride Hart.
May I ask a question? I know that Pete was going to, he wanted to speak about Riviera. Are these specific to just?
They're all. I think the first 4 were
Mr.
for the hospital services. One's RSVP, and Pete was for looks like the Estrella project. So
Oh, okay.
they're all differing.
Because
But yeah, because that's on the agenda. So if there's anything on the agenda, we could peel that off for,
Okay.
as part of that conversation.
Okay. Wow. Did we plan this ahead of time? Oh, I get where you're going with this now. It makes sense.
Joanne's got my picture up. Christy
Joanne.
McBride Hart, 38-year resident of San Clemente. I'm here to make sure the city council realizes just how big the Pico Bridge top nuts are. I built this model using the plans. Picture 2, please. So this is the actual size of the top knot, and there are 4 on each side of the bridge. It's 7 feet 10 inches tall and 10 feet wide, and there's 4 of these things on each side of the bridge, which I think would block the view corridor down Pico to the ocean. As a driver, or more likely a passenger traveling down the freeway, they're going to see these big things instead of a view of the water, a glimpse of the water and our pretty little town. Its volume is about 95 cubic feet, so it weighs about nearly 7 tons, so that's huge. But if a 40 or 50 ton semi truck going 60 miles an hour, it could be knocked off. Luckily, none of them are directly over Pico, and the base is oval, so it won't roll down onto Denny's or the post office or roll down Pico, but I'd rather not be on the off-ramp when it comes flying down. I know the design review committee approved the bridge, but they did not have the interchange simulation to view. The committee only saw them on the plan, and it didn't get to see what it would look like going down the freeway. After the view simulation was posted on Facebook page, San Clemente, what do you think? 38 comments were made within the first few days, and 21 of them were about these top knots, and the number thinking they were nice or beautiful was 0. Picture 3, Joanne. I'm hoping that the city council will ask Caltrans to remove the top knots from the design. The bridge has some interesting features, but doesn't need 8 of these things. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Christy. Great presentation, by the way. I think that's the biggest prop I've seen in council yet. So.
Well, there's no way. You look at the little drawing.
Yeah.
The picture, it doesn't look so.
That's a great.
You should have Bill go tape that to the bridge tonight so we could all really get a.
Evan Weiss. Following Evan will be Bill Robinson and then Bernie Wolfarth. Yeah, that was good.
Council, Mayor Ham, obviously I'm just back from work, couldn't change, so please forgive my presence. I wanted to thank the council for its vote a couple of weeks ago. It just goes to prove that even though we barely passed a vote denying this freeway signage, that we do have a desirable town to develop. And I think this was a victory for the residents, and Sports Authority is probably very happy about the fact that they are proceeding with this project. I'm very happy for the residents who were so concerned in that initial area, who came down to express their concern about the blight in the area, but now it's all behind us. I'm hoping that the city council will use this as a model because there's a lot of development, and I am pro-development in San Clemente, but with common sense involved. They're always going to, every developer is always going to want more and more and more, and it's up to you guys, and you did a good job of saying, well, we're going to give you this much, but this, enough is enough. And it all went through. Now, the thing that's got me a little concerned now, it's still in planning. I believe there's a meeting this week or tomorrow, maybe, with the Planning Commission about the mixed usage on 1,000 block of El Camino Real. And the story poles, which I have a story about the story poles. Some of the older residents in town, older than myself, they really don't understand what those things are. And I had suggested to Adam when I talked to him at the planning department this past week that maybe they should put a banner at the top of the story pole saying, this is the top of the building, and you will not be able to see through the poles. We're human, our minds filter a lot of things out, and they see these 2x4s and 4x4s sticking up, but they still see the ocean through it. And I think it's a little deceptive, and I don't know if, I know that I was too ill to talk about the story poles in last week's session, but I'm hoping that, you know, maybe we can get a little bit more clarification for the residents who don't understand it. And the other thing that bothers me about the building that's going on there is I looked at the permit that's being pulled, and there's something that haunted me about it. It said somewhere in the text, and I don't know exactly where it was, that they are giving the project a categorical exemption. The first time I ever heard that word was when Caltrans built the sound wall and obscured views and created noise for the people on the east side of the freeway. They built that wall under the pretense of a categorical exemption, which the city attorney said wasn't the case. I don't know if you remember the case that they did. It was quite nice, and I can forward that to the city council members. I'm hopeful that when all of you in the city council drive on the southbound side of 5, look over at the poles. You're going to notice that if it extends from the poles, which it may, and I think Mayor Ham is familiar with this, if it extends any further, you won't see the coastline, even from the freeway. And there's a lot of open territory in San Clemente. I know that developers are chomping at the bit to buy these properties, and
Thank you,
20
Mr.
years
Weiss.
from now, who knows?
Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Bill Robinson. Following Bill will be Bernie, and then Michael Kusenza.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bill Robinson. I live at 196 Avenida La Costa. I've lived there for the last 40 years. My purpose in coming here tonight is to urge this council to place on your agenda at the earliest possible date an item to adopt the same ordinance currently in place in the city of Costa Mesa that regulates the overconcentration of boarding and rehabilitation facilities in residential areas. As you are all aware, San Clemente has seen an influx of sober living homes and other types of rehabilitation facilities in the past 2 years. The concern of the residents where these facilities are located is that operators of these facilities have been concentrating them in certain areas of the city without regard for the impact that multiple units have when they are located close together. The overconcentration on one street or within a couple of houses of each other has a negative impact not only for the surrounding homes, but for the sober living residents as well. The concept that justifies this type of facility in residential neighborhoods is that the integration of the patients in these facilities around ordinary families creates an atmosphere of normalization more conducive to their recovery. Overconcentration in a single area changes the entire character of the neighborhood, thus defeating the purpose of this law. But equally important is the effect on other residents. Too many facilities within a single neighborhood creates a substantial increase in traffic, parking, and noise. There are also safety concerns. Currently, there is no provision for determining whether these homes are conforming to the limitations of the numbers of residents allowed to occupy the homes, no provisions for assessing whether or not the homes conform to requirements of the law with respect to court placement, house rules, and so on. In essence, these homes are completely unregulated or supervised by competent authority, so there is no way for the other residents to be assured that these are, in fact, the type of facilities they say they are. Costa Mesa has an ordinance that deals fairly with the rights of the sober living home and the residents of the neighborhoods. Both need to be respected. What is significant about Costa Mesa ordinance is that it survived 2 challenges in federal court. It is clearly within the intent of the legislation that permits these homes to exist and coexist with the residential environment. On behalf of the citizens of San Clemente, I ask the council to review this ordinance with a commitment to implement it at its earliest opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Bernie Wolfarth. Following Bernie will be Michael Kuzenza and then Wayne Eggleston.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Bernie Wolfarth. I live right up the street from Bill and have noticed an influx of these group homes that have shown up on our street. And I would just like the council to take an opportunity to review this to see what's in the best interest for both the people living in the group homes and the citizens. It would seem that Costa Mesa has set a nice precedent for us that protects both the residents of the group homes and the residents of the non-group homes. So my request would be that you just would agendize that, explore it, and then take action. Thank you.
Bernie. Michael Kusenza, Wayne, and then Darius Vesefi.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the pronunciation of the last name. Said like a true Italian. I appreciate that. Well, most people butcher that name up pretty good. I'm here to speak about the RSVP program. You're aware of that?
Yep.
Okay. I'm an RSVP. If you don't know what it stands for Retired Sheriff Volunteer Police. It's a volunteer program for the city of San Clemente. And I just kind of want to let you know a few of the things that we do, because we do a lot more than just mark the tires and give tickets on Del Mar Street. One of the programs that we have, it's called a home security check. Somebody goes on vacation 1, 2, 3 weeks, whatever it is. They fill out a card, they send it to us. We check their house 6 days a week. We do a full perimeter check around their check, make sure there's no doors jimmied, make sure there's no windows broken in, making sure the nephew or the grandson isn't having a red cup solo party at grandma's house, which has happened. And we just make sure that their home is secure while they're on vacation. And it's a great program, and it's a free service to the city of San Clemente. One of the other things we do, that little shed that you see down there by the San Clemente Pier by Fisherman's, that's called the PACT House, which PACT stands for Police and Community Together, which is exactly what we do down there. We keep that area very safe down there. We do foot patrols on the pier and both of the trails, making sure everything's safe and nobody's doing graffiti, anything like that, making sure people are drinking and smoking on the beach, which is illegal down there. And one of the third things we do, it's called the YANA program, Y-A-N-A, which stands for You Are Not Alone, which is we send 2 officers to an elderly person's home, maybe someone who just got out of surgeries, maybe somebody who just lost their spouse in death, and we go to their house and we do pretty much whatever they want us to do. We read to them, we watch TV with them, we just sit there and talk with them, maybe make a trip to Walmart for them, whatever they need, we do that for them. And those people appreciate what we do very much. And I think it's a great thing that we do. I personally am the youngest person on the RSVP program. Most people are pretty much up there in age. I joined the program at 55, which is the minimum age. I'm now 57. I've been with the program for 2 years, and I absolutely love the program. I could see myself doing this when I'm 87, 30 years from now. And, I think it's a great program, and there has been some talk where I think maybe they were thinking of doing away with the program, and I think that would be a big mistake. Do any of y'all have any questions or comments for me?
I have a comment, which is thank you so much for all your volunteer work in the community.
Thank
Our
you.
RSVPs, I think, is the second oldest one in the state, and I'm really proud that we have such a strong group with you.
Thank you very much.
You made
I
a good
appreciate
choice of
that.
how to spend your hours.
Thank you.
Well, excuse me, and I have heard not one word about doing away with this program before you said that. Not one word from anybody.
You know what? I think Wayne's the next speaker. Maybe he can highlight on that a little bit more.
Okay.
Than me. But we have monthly meetings that we do down at the community center, and there was some talk about maybe doing away with us. So, and that upset me a lot, because I love the program. I love giving back to my community. Just for the record, I have an 8 to 5 job that I do Monday through Friday, and I still find time to volunteer for our city because I love the city and I love giving back to the community. I do that, and just this comment that this young lady here made makes it all worthwhile to me.
Well,
Thank you.
it's a great program, and the city council's been fully supportive of it for a long time.
God
So.
love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Wayne, Darius Vesefi, and then Sherman Fowler. Or Shermaxi Fowler, possibly. Hey, Wayne.
Hi, I'm here to support the RSVP program. I heard rumors too, but I'm sure that you don't want to do away with the RSVP program. They're very proud people that work. They're sworn, by the way, and they work in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department, and they're very proud people to do that. They provide an incredible service for 30 years. They have saved this city hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years, for 30 years. It's an incredible program. It's one of the most successful programs I think the city's ever had. It's a proactive program and not a reactive program. And it's so important to understand that if we have proactive programs, not only like the RSVPs, but also the Sheriff's Department, they do proactive issues and proactive programs instead of being reactive to things. It's going to save us money in the long run. So being more proactive is the key here. And I hope that in our budget that we don't cut back so severely and that we become reactive in some of our things instead of proactive. But the RSV program is great, and so thank you so very much.
Thanks, Wayne. Darius?
Could I just ask really quickly, Mayor, if that would be
Yeah,
okay?
please.
James, could you just clarify exactly, because I think the council has been unanimous. I don't think that's ever varied, even with all of the political changes we've had. We've unanimously supported our RSVP program. I personally think it's one of the greatest things the city's ever done. So could you just, tell us from your perspective exactly what's going on and what the future of the program is?
Yes, there's been no discussion by staff or with Chief Moody about disbanding the RSV program. We've been discussing the administration of the program and making sure that the RSVPs, there's been some concern that the RSVPs, as they go about doing their work out there for the city, that they're not covered under either the Sheriff's Department's umbrella liability coverage or under the city's because of the way the city's contract with the Sheriff's Department has been done over the past 20 some odd years. So this year, after it was brought to our attention, Lieutenant Moody, Eric's son, and myself have been working internally to make sure that the RSVPs are covered and protected from any liability issues as they do their work out there for the city. And they will continue to work with the Sheriff's Department in their role as they do right now. They will report to the Sheriff's Department for their work assignments, staffing, patrols, hours they need, where they're supposed to go, special events, so forth. And they will also work with the city staff to make sure that they're part of the city's volunteer program and that they're covered under our insurance program.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yep. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, James. Darius?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Darius Wasafi. I live at 3901 Cayariel, North San Clemente. I addressed the council about almost a year ago about the same subject, group homes proliferating in our city, and the way that many of them are run are really, damaging our environment. We have one across the street from my home. We see people coming and going almost every day. People shooting drugs in the street. Smoking, littering, and it's just large number of cars parked in the street, oil spots on the street all over the place. And there is really no regulation at all that I know of that the city has put on them. I know the city's hands have been tied by the laws regarding these homes. But now that Costa Mesa has actually taken the leadership in taking this to the next level, I urge the City Council here to study that and take action to put it on the agenda as soon as possible and implement a similar ordinance. I also just heard about the RFC program. I didn't know about it, but it sounds very good. So I hope that's another note that I want to ask the City Council to think about is really communicating with the residents, more effectively. Right now, if I want to see what's on the agenda, I have to go to this website the night before today, look through this large document, which is PDF, not searchable. we are in 2015. We can do a lot better. You know, there are so many new technologies that enable you to push information instead of pulling it from the residents. You know, people should not have to drive over here to hear what the city council is saying. This information, this session can be live broadcast to people. I don't know if it is, but I don't know about it. So where do I find that information? Yeah, so I mean, I go to the website. How often do people need to go to the website, search about new things that are coming up? It's just, I mean, it's great. The website is beautiful. There's a lot of information on there, but think about the residents and helping them actually being more engaged in what the city is doing.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah.
Sir, I just have one suggestion for you. Go to that website, the webmaster. There's a webmaster link on there. If you got suggestions about pages or ideas or something like that, he's very responsive. I've used him many times. So please do that, would you?
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
This is beyond the webmaster, but I'm in technology myself.
He's pretty good. He's more than a webmaster. That's one of his collateral duties.
Okay. He's
Thank
a
you.
real webmaster.
Yes, he is. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Rasevi. Sherman Fowler. Following Sherman will be Tony Struthers and Stephen Cullen. Sherman? Oh, there you go. Sorry, I just had to give you enough time.
Council members, like Darius, it was about a year or so ago I was here, and I know you guys have heard a lot about group homes, and like I addressed before, I'm not here to talk about anything about racism and stuff, because I know a lot about that, and I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to talk about is now that you have a blueprint in the Costa Mesa, are you going to look at it? Are you going to create a timeline? And are you going to implement it? That's what I want to know. And I'm sure a lot of people in the community would like to know that, because last time I was here, nothing had happened. Not in any cities because of current laws. Now that I'm back, we have a blueprint. And I want to know if the city council members are going to put it on the agenda, vote on it, create a timeline, and implement it. That's what I'd like to know.
Thanks,
Thank
Sherman. That was our last card on group homes until after this oral communications part 2. So,
Chris, don't we have, we're going to make, do we have anything to?
Yeah, Scott, I was just going to talk to Scott here and ask that he.
When you get to number 5, I was going to make an announcement. Do you want to do it now or wait till?
Under closed? You want to do closed?
Closed session.
Okay.
Is that all right?
So the folks here in group homes, you wait a couple minutes. Our city attorney is going to make a comment on that. So, Tony, how are you? Good. Steve Cullen and then Warren Vidrine.
Good evening. My name is Tony Struthers. I'm a San Clemente resident and the administrator at Saddleback San Clemente. Council, Mayor, and Council. Tonight, I'd like to offer my enormous thanks and appreciation to the many individuals who came together and supported AB 911 and SB 787 over these past few weeks. We are told that this is the farthest this type of legislation has progressed in California's legislative history. Many groups that previously opposed this type of legislation over the years are now supportive or have removed their objections. There is still much work to do, and I hope we can maintain our community coalition, as we might get an opportunity to host some of these legislators in our own community to show them firsthand our unique situation. So my thanks go out to Senator Patricia Bates, Assemblyman Bill Breaux, and their hardworking staffs in Sacramento and locally. In addition, thanks to the City Council, including Councilman Baker, Councilwoman Donchak, and Mayor Ham. City Management, including James Mashkinoff and Eric Sunt, in addition to Carol Wilson and Dr. Steve Cullen and Dr. Gus Gialamas, who couldn't be here this evening, and other community members, local employers, business groups, community organizations, and so many more. If I have forgotten anyone, I apologize, as I know it's been a tremendous team and community effort. I look forward to working with all of you and the dedicated individuals and groups as we continue this precedent-setting legislation in our common goal of establishing a freestanding emergency department in San Clemente. And like Assemblyman Breaux and Senator Bates, we are also encouraged by our discussion with members of the State Assembly and the State Senate who committed to studying this issue in further detail over the coming months. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
I'm sorry, I got one thing to add to that. And Mr. Struthers only pointed out us three because we went to Sacramento. That's all. But but Councilman Brown and Councilmember Ward, we are unanimously behind this. I don't want there to be any doubt about that. So thanks, Tony.
And also, Tony, we will do whatever it takes to make sure that field trip happens this summer, so just let us know.
Steve Colin, and then Warren Vidrine is our last card until Oral Communications Part 2.
Thank you. So I want to report that the hospital's busy. Council Member Donchak, I know that you got an email from Susan Ritchell, Madam Mayor, about how busy the hospital's been. So I wanted to report that to you guys. It's getting busier. Our census is up. The ER is crazy. I also wanted to extend my thanks here. We went up to Sacramento as a united front. It's an intimidating place up there. There's a lot of hired guns, and I think for a lot of the bills that get discussed, the people that go there on behalf of those bills are exactly that. They're hired guns. But the city council was there in full force. I mean, we were there, and Memorial Care was there, but there were a lot of representatives from the city council there, and to have that many of you guys up there shows that you really have taken complete ownership of this issue. Not that anything less would be the case, but I just wanted to say thanks for doing that. The fact that all of us were up there together to fight this fight was a big source of pride for us and for Save the Hospital. So thank you.
Thanks, Steve. And Warren?
Council, yes, Warren Vidrine. Well, I also thank you very much for the Sacramento trip, and we're doing it. I think we're doing it right. I also belatedly found out that zoning of a parcel for hospital as an alternate plan was accomplished in some meeting that I missed, and I think that's very wise. I think we need to keep several different threads going in all of this. I'd like to talk about two zoning issues. One is that at an open house, Memorial Care open house last fall, the Memorial Care architect, or the architect representative, showed me a plan that had four occupied levels. It was 3 above ground, 1 below ground, except on the freeway side where it was above ground. Now, I remember something that was brought up at a previous city council, and council member Ward was the council member mentioning it. It was a very, very similar situation where the property was zoned for 3 stories, and there was an unoccupied 4th tucked in, just a very partial one. And that was presented as the most that could be allowed beyond the 2. In this case, that property is zoned for 3. So the architectural drawings that I saw, they don't qualify. Except there is one exception. There is a specific exception in the zoning. Specifically, if a hospital is on the site, I believe 4 levels are allowed. The other point I'd like to mention is the pre-millennium zoning was for a hospital and a massage parlor. Well, I think the massage parlor is because of the hospital, unless I missed my bet. The Millennium Plan reclassified, they rejiggered the zonings, and it's more general. I think that we should keep that zoning restriction. I don't think that there was an intention to loosen up the zoning so much, or at all, in the Millennium Plan. So could you take a look at that? Because that may be an unintended consequence of the Millennium Plan.
Thanks, Warren.
Thank you.
The 4 cards that are remaining, we can hear at Oral Communications Part 2. Have a motion? Do you guys want to keep going? Okay. Okay. Let's keep going with it then. Donna, Carol, Michael Cosenza, and Pete Van Nuys.
Excuse me, my wife is
Okay.
This one too, second. Oral communications. Just
Oh,
got
you
turned
guys,
in.
now you guys are enacting rules. Okay, I got it. Carol Wilson, Michael Cosenza, and P. Van Ice. Do you guys want to run the meeting too?
Hi,
I
good
like,
eve-
at least you laughed at that, Tim. Thanks.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Last week I traveled to Sacramento to attend the Assembly and Senate Health Committee hearings on AB 911 and SB 787, the bills that would grant an exemption so that San Clemente could have a freestanding emergency room as the second best choice to losing our hospital and ER. Council members Baker and Donchuk were there to testify in favor of the bill on behalf of the city, for which I thank them. While locally we understand how this bill can help our community, legislators, for the most part, do not know our geographic issues, how we would deliver care and move patients to other hospitals in the event they need surgery or procedures that are not available here, and that was somewhat of a mystery to them. Issues raised by the opposition to these bills included patient safety, setting a precedent, and increased costs to the patients. The Assembly recommended these bills be referred for further hearings, research, and testimony, which probably won't happen until mid to late September, and the earliest they could be voted on is next January 2016. The Senate followed suit. So here we are in the meantime, somewhat in a hold position, waiting to see if these bills can get passed. Judging from the conversations I heard up in Sacramento with various legislative aides, and I have to say that we called on every single Senate office. We did not miss one, and a couple of Assembly ones as well. It's going to take some time to educate people up there on the issues to get these bills passed. It's not impossible, but it's going to take time. In one of the meetings I attended, Tony Struthers of Saddleback Memorial San Clemente was directly asked when we found out the bills would be delayed if Memorial Care would be willing to commit to keeping the hospital and ER room open until we have a definite answer. He answered, "We are not prepared to answer that at this time." So it is possible that Saddleback can still close the hospital, even though the city and community is working to get these bills passed. I really hope that Memorial Care is just as committed to this process as we are. In light of that, I am urging the City Council to aggressively pursue all other alternatives to closure, including rezoning, forming a hospital district, bringing another hospital operator to come to San Clemente and put in a hospital so our citizens will be protected and have accessible health care available. Recent reports are showing ER visits are actually up 20%, and patients coming to the ER rooms have more complex and multiple medical conditions requiring an ER, not an urgent care. San Clemente may want to consider contacting Sharp Hospital Healthcare in San Diego as they are growing their network and looking for new opportunities. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
You know, I was going to save this for later, but since we have so many hospital people here, last week in the LA Times, our hospital received an A quality rating. And this is done by a Washington nonprofit group that measures safety and medical standards. So it's gratifying to know that San Clemente Hospital is keeping the game up and that the quality is top-notch. And this is in a state where 40% of the hospitals scored C or lower. So, so things are good at our hospital.
Thanks, Lori. Michael Cosenza, and then Pete Van Nuys. Oh, we did? Okay, perfect. Two cards. Pete Van Nuys, your last speaker. You're right, he did speak.
Good evening, Mayor Ham, City Council. I just want to take a minute to say thank you very much to the council majority that voted to uphold the standards and deny the freeway sign at Las Maras. Standards are what will take us forward, and respecting and standing up against those who would defeat or try to circumvent standards. It takes courage, but it's the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pete. Okay, and Donna's not here, so we're good. Okay.
One more oral communications card was turned in. Is that
Okay,
going to wait
let's
for
hear
the
it.
next one, or you want
No, let's hear it.
Okay.
Keep them coming.
now
Larry Ding.
Yes.
Larry Ding.
Yes, Councilperson, thanks for this opportunity to address all of you.
I've been a resident of San Clemente since 2006. I am married with children ages 5 through 13, 3 of them. What attracted me to San Clemente was the safety and the beauty and the wonderful families I met when I came to San Clemente. And over the last 2 years, a sudden change has happened in my neighborhood. I live in central San Clemente in the historic district. Last year, one of my neighbors who had a lovely family moved out, and a sober living facility moved in. I'm okay with that. I understand there's a need for these facilities. We have to offer a safe environment for them to be treated at, and understand that there are studies showing that single-family residential neighborhoods actually are to their benefit. However, since that time a year ago, I've been made aware that now there are a total of 5 of these facilities, all within 1,000 feet of my home. Some of the operators of these facilities have been willing to speak to me in trying to address my concerns about safety and also the quality of services offered to the patients there, and some have been less willing to talk to me. I have great concerns because what attracted me was having a safe, tranquil environment, and it has changed from that. Just within listening distance to my home, I frequently hear a lot of foul language. Frequently hear discussions about drug use, which I think are inappropriate for my children to hear. And despite my wishes that they keep these discussions inside, many times they are not. I'm really concerned because I've been made aware of other neighborhoods in San Clemente that are facing similar issues. I met with some of the neighborhood groups in the Southwest, as well as in Central, as well as in North San Clemente, and made aware that this is a problem that is now becoming much more prevalent over the last year. It would seem to coincide with ordinances being raised in Costa Mesa, where a large number of these facilities currently are present, regulating the quality and density because of the same concerns that that city had about changes to their neighborhoods. I absolutely respect the need to have treatment centers available in single-family residential neighborhoods, because I understand they help recovering addicts to recover. But I'm concerned that because we don't have any regulations regarding quality or density, the very nature of the neighborhoods, the safe, tranquil nature, which is attractive for having these companies come and have their rehab facilities being brought there, is being jeopardized, as well as the neighborhood qualities that attracted me to come. I want to ask the city place in their agenda a consideration to adapt regulations concerning the quality and density of these facilities in San Clemente. My understanding is there are no such regulations right now.
Mr. Ding, thank you for your
Yes.
comments. It's been, you've
Okay.
had your 3 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want a motion?
Yes.
Okay, I move that we waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Second.
Motion by Doncheck, second by Brown. All's in favor? Aye.
Closed session report, city attorney.
Mayor and council, we want to report that the council authorized in closed session initiation of action on investigations and enforcement of all applicable city and state laws relating to sober living facilities, short-term rentals, and other home-based businesses in residential zones. We'll be initiating immediately a comprehensive work program looking at every single licensee and permittee, the validity of their applications and licenses with the state in all these categories. And we need to report that as action taken.
Do you want to comment just generally on nuisance complaints and where they can be directed?
Yeah, thanks very much. Those complaints should be directed to the city's code enforcement division. In particular, Brent Panis is the staff member charged with enforcement of these. And then in cooperation with that division, our offices will be handling the legal discovery and prosecution side of those. But they should all be funneled through Mr. Panis.
Perfect. Thank you. Is that the only reportable item?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Great.
Who's got his number handy?
Yeah, I got his number. It's right here. I got it. So for everybody that came this evening, if you have a general public nuisance issue, you can contact Brent Panis, who's our code compliance supervisor, and his email is panisb, that's P-A-N-A-S, the letter B, at san-clemente.org, or you can contact his phone number at 949-361-6191, and you can find that information on the city's website as well. So.
And the city manager has also offered access for people that want to talk about the legislation going on in other parts of the county, or anything to do with the residential zoning issues. And
Sir,
this
if
is
you have a
James
question,
Backshenoff.
if you have a question, you can just email me. This isn't really a public forum where we're going to discuss things back and forth. So, and if you have something for the city attorney, you can email him as well. So, thank you.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion
knock on your
without
neighbor's door.
discussion.
You can do that as well, right, Lori? Yeah, you can always knock on your neighbor's door as well, sir.
Okay. Unless council staff or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of item G, that's concerning human trafficking, and staff is requesting that item I, the Stokerama surf contest, be deferred to the council meeting of May 19th because the applicant is not available.
Okay. Lori? Tim?
I wanted to pull H, and also, I had a question for the city attorney. There is an item in the zoning administrator meeting minutes that has to do with a property within 500 feet. Now, I guess I should know the answer to this, but I just want to double check. Do I have to recuse myself, or does it just the meeting stand and I can approve as is without having to recuse myself or to point out that I live within 500 feet of a property affected in that zoning administration meeting?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I think because that meeting would involve the possible call-up for review of that item, it's best for you to note a recusal on,
Okay.
on that set of minutes.
I'll note
But
a
you don't have to, yeah,
yeah,
you
I'll
can do
note-
that from where you're sitting.
Right, I'll note a recusal on 6B2-2 because I own a property within 500 feet of that location.
No items besides H? Tim? Just H?
Just H.
Okay. Kathy?
And that item, so I can
Yeah,
recuse
got it.
myself.
Item D? I mean, Bob?
Yeah, 6B1, 6B4.
Whoa, 6B1. 4, okay.
And that's it.
Okay, and I have item D.
Okay, and I'll move the balance.
I'll second. Okay, motion by Donchak, second by Ward. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0 with Tim recused on that one item. I don't think you need to leave. Did someone pull that? No, no one pulled it. No. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. So 6B1, Bob, you're up.
I am up. 6B1 talks about, this is the minutes of the Beaches, Parks, and Rec Commission. I note in here that there was a Ole Hansen Beach Club rehabilitation update presented by Pamela Passow, and I would request that the City Council receive the same Ole Hansen Beach Club update if we got room on a current or, real soon council meeting while it's fresh in our mind. Is that all right with everybody?
That sounds good to me.
We can do
Okay.
that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'll move the item.
Second. That's motion by Baker, second by Hamels. In favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. 6B4, Bob?
6B4 is for planning. Maybe the city manager can handle this. 6B4, page 13.
Are you on pages at the top or pages at the bottom of 13?
Page
Top.
at the top is 13, and
Oh,
at
yeah,
the
they're
bottom
both
is
very equal.
13. How about
Look at that. They're matching up.
Number 29, maybe this is within 500 feet of you, Tim.
Hold on, let me, which one are you talking about? Oh, yes. Well, yeah, and that was a good question, because it is, I mean, it's almost 2 blocks over, but it's, if you go from the corner of their property, corner of mine, it would be better, maybe I recuse myself pending an investigation on whether or not I have to recuse myself. So, because there's 2 items, actually. I believe that there's not only that, but there's a previous on the commission meeting, they had a
Well, my question about this is generally, where are we in this process? There are heights in here that are spoken about. Where are we in this process, Jim? Are we, and I apologize for not getting this to you sooner, but I knew you'd know the answer anyway. I was confident. Just tell me about where we are in the process. When we approve this evening, what actually are we?
Bob, let me get out of here real quick.
Okay.
If you don't
let's do
mind.
that.
I'm going to recuse myself because I own a property.
Because at this point, it's
Potentially,
contested
yeah.
technically.
Can I just say that I really want that clarified, because this involves an entire block, and I would really like it clarified what you can and cannot vote on.
Well, for the purposes of the general plan review, it covers that entire South El Camino Real corridor, and so that would affect me. So
Okay,
it's,
so just a particular lot.
but this particular project, I won't say anything about. I'm going to go.
Okay, since I don't have the minutes, maybe someone could clarify. Are we talking about the general plan zoning amendment? Or are we talking about? This is the general plan amendment, right?
Yes.
So both are kind of running simultaneously anyhow. But the general plan and zone change amendments have gone to one planning commission hearing, and it was continued to the first meeting in June in planning commission. I think it's the second, but I'd have to check my calendar. But so it'll be heard again on the second. And so they've come up with some basic recommendations so far, as reflected in the minutes, on heights, but they haven't actually approved the amendments yet.
Okay, so these are just recommendations. These have not. And when we approve these minutes tonight, we're not carving these in stone. Then I want to be clear on that for everybody.
And not only that, but you're the final decision maker on these
Right.
items. So whatever the planning commission recommends is only a recommendation to the city council.
I'm trying to make that clear to everybody concerned. So when we approve these minutes here in a second, when I move that, we're gonna just approve them for another look.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I'm moving on to a new subject, though, in the same.
Okay, got it, go ahead.
All right, and this is a question with the minutes here on page 17, right at the top where it says in bold, it was moved by Commissioner Eggleston, seconded by Commissioner Smith, and carried 5-0-2, with Commissioner Crandall and Chair Darden opposed. Shouldn't that be 5-2 and 0? For 5-4-2 opposed and 0 abstentions? Isn't that customarily how we list those?
The first digit are the ayes, the second digits are the noes, and the third digit are abstentions.
So it should be 5-2.
All right, so this particular line in the minutes needs to have some more,
But
to
it
be
was
corrected.
Just for the record, there were 2 abstentions and a 5-0 on the vote.
That's not what it says in the body. It says there were 2 opposed.
Right, okay. Then that
So,
should be corrected.
should be 5-2-0, just for,
Well, it sounds like you said they actually.
That's not what happened,
abstained.
though. What happened was
Yeah.
that there was 2 abstentions because.
2 abstentions.
So it shouldn't say they opposed.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so the minutes are incorrect in that they didn't oppose it, but they abstained.
Good catch, Bob.
Okay, all
So
right,
that needs to be corrected, and that will go to the next planning commission meeting for their review.
okay,
We'll correct it then.
thank you. And with that, I will move 6B4.
I have a concern still on
Oh, sorry
that.
about that.
And can Tim come back in the room? I think he should be
Yeah.
in for this one.
Yeah.
So I'll try and get him.
Are you going to talk to this point?
No, actually, the sentence after it, I had
Okay.
a question on.
Okay.
Tim, we're on page 17 of the minutes, Planning Commission. And one thing I wanted to point out is there's a sentence after that. The city should work diligently with the property owner and tenants to increase allowable signage at Liberty Tax Service. I kind of took an exception with that. I didn't think that was in the Planning Commission's purview to say that. If the applicant needs and is allowed more signage, I think they should apply for it. So I think it goes to your point when you mentioned a couple of meetings ago that we need to have better communication with the Planning Commission. And I thought maybe we should think of agendizing a joint study session. We never said how that was going to come about. I don't know what we can legally do, a joint study session or something that would be productive to where we discuss what the roles are. Clearly state what the purview is of each body. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I think this is maybe an example that we can use.
I think that one thing I'd mentioned in the past is it would be useful to perhaps have a member of the Planning Commission come before council and on a more periodic update than just once a year. You know, we get that once a year update from the commissions committees, and it would be nice quarterly to have a Planning Commission member of the Planning Commission come and, you know, not necessarily go over policy questions, which, you know, will come through the regular course, but, you know, just where certain things are and perhaps give an update that way might help increase that communication. You know, there's no reason why we have to wait for an annual meeting to get an update from each commission committee. We certainly have opportunities to receive updates on a more frequent basis.
Well, it's also an interesting word choice issue, because if it had said optimize, it might have been a different takeaway. Because what's not in here, but what I assumed was maybe they didn't understand what they could and couldn't have, and that's why the mascots and the banners and, you know.
Yeah, I think that, Lori, you're on track. What they wanted the applicant to do is work with staff to explore. One of their concerns that the applicant had was they didn't have very good visibility. So within the code, work with staff to see if there's any opportunities to increase their signs, is what they were asking us to review with them.
Okay, so couldn't they just come into you on their own and ask what their allowable signage could be and submit an application?
Well, certainly, anybody can do that. Any
Okay.
citizen can do that.
I was just concerned that we're telling staff to
Yeah, that's a
work
great
on
point.
this. I didn't think that was a good direction when they can apply for it.
Before we move this item, refresh my memory, Jim, on you know, why are we seeing draft minutes as opposed to waiting until they've had a chance to review these and get a final draft? Because to Bob's point, you know, this item right here with the 502, as opposed, that would have been cleared up. I mean, obviously, Ms. Darden would have seen this and gone, wait a second, I didn't oppose this. I abstained from this.
The reason for that is because it used to not work that way, but at one point in time, Planning Commission met before City Council, and now it got flip-flopped. And if we waited for them to review the minutes, it would take a considerably long time before the minutes got to the City Council. So, in getting the items up to you to see if you had concerns with them, we thought was more important than having accurate, you know, reviewed by Planning Commission minutes. And
Gotcha. Okay. Great answer.
I really like your idea about having the chairman of the planning commission come in once a quarter and briefing on us a couple of things. I think that's a wonderful idea. I think we can.
Well, it's already plugged into every meeting, as we discussed last time when we had this issue. So
Plugged into where?
it's at the end of the meeting. It says right in it, commissions, committees. They have an opportunity. to-
Right,
yeah.
you know, but what we started doing was more forcing the issue by plugging them in there on a quarterly basis,
Yeah.
so that we knew that so be similar to what we do right now with like TCA reports and JP reports, where it's just on the calendar. You know, we hope that the only difference is you don't want the member of the planning commission sitting here for 3 hours waiting for us to get to the point. So it'd be nice to have them come maybe during public comment or
I was gonna say, maybe we can just bump it up. That way it's,
to a
you know,
presentation,
yeah.
you know, something like
Yeah.
that. I think that would be more appropriate, just because there's a little bit more control in that sense, and you don't keep them here the entire night.
We've kind of been dancing around this for few meetings now, so why don't we just say that we want to do that every 4 months? We're going to hear from 1 month is.
Well, let's finish this. I'll move this item.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Baker, second by Doncheck. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
And then I'll make a motion that we ask the chairman of the planning commission to come and speak at city council meetings once a quarter on a subject of their choosing, but basically a recap of what's gone on for the last 3 months. And we'd like to see that in the
Presentation section.
yeah, in the presentations section of the meeting.
Okay.
For 3 or 4 minutes.
And to that point, not that we want to, you know, push this out over, but, you know, if we have other commissions, committees that, on a 6-month basis, for example, golf course or other ones, that also would be great to get those reports. Planning commissioners seem, because it's a body which actually has binding authority, I think that there's more of a relationship between us that we have to, we have to stay on the same page. But I'd love to hear from the golf course committee.
Absolutely.
From the, these folks on a 6-month basis or, biannual basis.
And an invitation to all the other committees, as they see fit, to please come to City Council and speak on some subject to which they've grown enamored, shall we say.
Let's just work it into the calendar if we could, James.
All right?
Joanne, everybody on board? Good?
Second on that?
That was a motion. I'll second it. Yeah, so motion by Baker, second by Ham. All's in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thanks, Jim. Wherever you went, hiding over there. Okay, item D. This one's real quick. This is a cool project we have coming up, and I just wanted you to highlight the safe route that we were talking about, Tom. If you want to introduce yourself and just go over where we're at.
Yeah, well, there's a Cycle 2 call for projects for the Active Transportation Program. We're proposing to submit on 3 projects. And the 3 projects include Concordia Safe Routes to School. That's from Avenida Valencia to Concordia School, and that would be widening the existing Class 2 bike lanes and installing a sidewalk north of the existing sidewalk, so we have continuous sidewalk along the west side of the roadway. In addition to that, we'd be constructing bulb outs at the intersections to make the crossings of the intersections much safer for the school kids and parents alike.
Cool.
So that's the first project. Second project is the Shore Cliff Safe Routes to School project. And you reviewed that last time we submitted on it. Unfortunately, we didn't get any grant funds in Cycle 1. However, we're rewriting it, we're improving our application, and we're also including another scope item on that, and that's to include a pedestrian signal on the West Avenida Vista Hermosa northbound on-ramp. And so we're coordinating with Caltrans and OCTA. I'm meeting with them next Tuesday, and hopefully we'll be successful with that project. And the third is the extension of the San Clemente Beach Trail from Calafia to the State Park Underpass. And I know you've talked about that extensively in past meetings, so I don't think you need.
I just wanted to bring these up because these are 3 great projects that, crossing our fingers, we're going to get approved and we can move forward with. 2 of them I know that are going to impact a lot of local families, and they'll be happy to know that they have safer routes to school and they can ride or walk to school. And then the third one, obviously, that we're all excited about is the beach trail extension. So
great.
And
thanks, Tom.
Tom, the bucket of money is pretty small, right? It's
It
like
is,
32
right, yeah.
million?
You'll see in the initial descriptions that 25% is earmarked for disadvantaged communities. In reality, the Cycle 1, 85% of the funds went to disadvantaged communities, and they said the same is going to happen with Cycle 2. So if we're not successful with these grant applications, we're looking for other opportunities as well. So we're not going to give up if we don't get selected on these.
When you sit down with Caltrans and OCTA, can you ask them the advisability, like if we have one of these that we really want, is that a better strategy than putting 3 into the mix, or is,
right, and that's not the same people we're meeting with, but we will ask that question to
Great.
our Caltrans.
Because
Great point, Lori.
to the mayor's point, these are all fantastic.
Right.
But if getting one versus getting none is where we end up, getting one is good.
Do we have a priority list established already, or how would that go about?
Well, the priority list is in actually the order that they're listed, and that's Concordia, because we did get grant funds
Great.
to actually design that project in Cycle 1, so we think
Okay.
that's going to receive the highest score.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
With that, I'll move the item. Motion by Ham, second by Donchak. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. The next item is item G, which was pulled by the public. Right?
I think you got
This the
card.
speaker card? Brenda Wells?
Hello.
Hi, Brenda.
First, I'd like to offer my emphatic and sincere thanks to the council members for considering this resolution, in particular to Councilwoman Donchak, who's been a great supporter and an effective voice in this fight for a lot longer than I have been, so thank you very much. I know that facing this difficult truth of human trafficking in San Clemente in Orange County is not easy to do, but it's better to be proactive than reactive, and that's what we're hoping that this resolution will establish. When it comes, so relevant to San Clemente, when it comes to where trafficking occurs, the support with passing this resolution will be able to empower our local businesses to become a neighborhood watch community of their own, where they'll be able to start identifying indicators of human trafficking and making San Clemente a very unwelcome community for human trafficking. The I-5 Freedom Network, which is its own initiative, is there to establish an initiative to train targeted industries and taking the first step, beginning with our hotels and motels. Massage parlors are next. When it comes to our traffickers scout for victims, malls, schools, and social media. Now, we already heard about how the Marblehead Mall is coming to play, and it's within walking distance of our schools. So it creates a really disconcerting point of vulnerability that we need to address. By engaging the incoming businesses to the outlet mall and their security forces right away, we can all be prepared to head this danger off, because it's right close to the freeway. They can get their victims on the freeway and out of town long before we can do anything about it. By engaging these businesses, we'll be able to train them, get their security forces. So again, we prevent before we have to react. And then when it comes to prevention, we have San Clemente High School. The Wellness Prevention Center is hosting a youth preventing youth exploitation. The San Clemente Abolitionists, San Clemente Presbyterian Church, sponsored by the PTA, are creating a youth empowerment, youth-directed event. So it's a true community effort to try and keep our kids safe. It's called Safe Cities, Safe Student Movement, and we're going to start working with getting our kids to get the tools they need to be safe. So with passing this resolution, with these things, we're supported by word and deed with what we say and what we do. We're going to be proactive members in this community. So, and therefore, in conclusion, we can let San Clemente be a model of proactivity and awareness to our neighboring cities. We can be an asset to the forces fighting this evil and these nefarious entrepreneurs that are making their way into our community. And let us be a liability to any trafficker considering San Clemente as a host for their crime. Passing this resolution would be a positive first step in making all this possible.
Thank you.
I'll move the item.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about some wordsmithing a little bit on it, just
Okay.
real quick.
Okay.
Because the results of this is we want people to be more aware of that this is happening and be able to recognize this so they can turn it in. And I don't know if this, as it's written, really tells people in the general public that that's what they want to do. I want to talk about the second paragraph, the second whereas. I would like to strike, because I think it's confusing, the second sentence from the fact that it is located along the I-5 corridor between San Diego and Los Angeles, and the word and. It would read, whereas the city of San Clemente recognizes that while San Clemente is a desirable tourist destination, it is a city in Orange County which is a destination for slave trafficking, and due to San Clemente's unique geography and ease of access to hotels and motels along the I-5 corridor, this makes San Clemente vulnerable to human trafficking activity. I think the I-5 corridor is in there just too many times, you know. So that's just clarity on that, if anyone's not.
So you're taking out the fact that it is located along the I-5 corridor
Between San Diego.
and yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fine.
And Brenda's
Okay.
nodding her head, so that's good.
Okay. Okay, and then
The positive clause, yeah.
the fourth whereas, this is where I think it really would be better to have added wording. Whereas by ignoring the problem, I would like to take out ignoring the problem. Whereas by not being informed or aware of the existence of forced labor or human trafficking, I think that's
Yeah.
better than, because I don't think
Yeah, that's good.
we're ignoring the problem. And
Not
then,
being informed or aware.
or aware of the existence of
I think
forced
just
labor.
or aware works.
Yeah.
Whereas
Forced
by
labor.
being aware of.
Yeah, yeah, forced
Okay.
labor, yeah.
Okay, I think that's more clear of what we're trying to do
That's
here.
good.
And then, on the second page, the last, section 3, it says that the city of San Clemente encourages all Californians to become educated about human trafficking and slavery. I would like to strike and work to eradicate. It would say, become educated about human trafficking and slavery, in order to recognize it and inform authorities, so these criminal practices will be eradicated.
I like that too.
I just think it sounds better. What we're trying to do is really educate people to become aware of what they see. And this also includes, which was not spoken about, is home occupations, forced slavery there. And that's really not spelled out in this. And I don't know if you see any advantage of, or how to add that in it, but that did come up in Orange County in a case.
Right, this
It just
weekend,
was in the
yeah.
newspaper. So there are home health, home occupation people that might be from another country, because we are talking about that this is international, that people need to be able to recognize that so that you can inform the authorities. That's what all this is to help the people that are
I like the changes.
enslaved.
So reread your change to section 3.
Section 3 was that the city of San Clemente encourages all Californians to become educated about human trafficking and slavery in order to recognize it and inform authorities so that these criminal practices will be eradicated within and beyond our city borders.
Great. Okay.
They're great.
Is that your motion?
Yep. Okay, and we're getting
I'll move
ahead
that
on-
with those changes. Move that.
All right, I'll second it.
Okay. It's a motion by Ward, second by Doncheck. All's in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Okay. Great. Great changes. Letter H. Was that you, Tim?
I did, yeah. Mayor, I pulled this item, first of all, because I wanted to, I think, Chris, probably better for you to make the pronouncement, just give an update as to, for the folks watching home and the ones sitting here, as to where the property stands.
I'm going to defer that to James, because we had discussion on this earlier, so.
The Estrella project, what's the Cornwaller's direction and the good news, and then one of the potential opening dates?
He's given us some potential opening dates, but he's asked us to keep those close to our vest right now because it's changing as they work with the 3 stores. But the project is moving forward with Steinmart, Sports Authority, and Sprouts. And we're looking at, right now, tentative opening schedules in the first quarter of 2016.
Great.
It's great. I just wanted to pull this item to commend the council majority for making a good decision. You know, I think
I'd like to say just a couple of words about this. To me, this whole process showed me that we need to talk a little bit about our sign ordinance. We customarily allow folks 64 square feet of signs, and we also customarily violate that. It's time maybe that we should update this sign ordinance in a few select spots, and maybe we can direct the Planning Commission to take a look at that, because this showed that it showed it to me that it needs some work. I'm thinking that the 64 square feet needs some work, and also the freeway-oriented signs. Planning Commission should probably have a discussion on whether we want to allow any exceptions for those, or whether we as a body want to say we're done with that. So.
I agree with you. I'm just curious on your thought or process. I know you're thinking Planning Commission is so regular.
I don't know. I'm going to defer to the city manager.
Well, before we get comment from them, I just want to point out the fact that the Planning Commission approved all of the exceptions. So is that the best way to?
Oh, absolutely. But with fresh eyes, you know, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll defer to the city attorney on the process.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, as Mayor Pro Tem Baker indicated, this would obviously go back to the Planning Commission. What I'd like you to do is, rather than instructing them tonight on the parameters, is ask that this come back to initiate that process from here, and then you could give them a directive and parameter, debate the pros and cons of doing that. So it would be a future bring back to the council just to launch, and then send formally to the commission once it's on agenda, if that's okay.
So,
And
I was just going to second this motion.
We don't need a, do we need a motion to agendize that?
We'd like that action.
You'd like that? Well, I
On the
would
bring
certainly
back.
be happy to make a motion that we agendize the discussion of the sign code in San Clemente.
I'll second that. Motion by Baker, second by Ham. All's in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. And before we move this item, Bob, Tim, I'm glad you brought this up, and I know you recognize the majority in this one, but I was appreciative of the discussion we had as the 5 of us on this topic, because of the discussion that needed to be had, and I think we all had valid points on this item, and I'm glad it ended up the way it did. So thank you both for your input.
yeah, and I will say something that I think it's important to note this, and I have consulted the city attorney, but I think in the discussion I may have, or the council may have made forward-looking conversations about potential projects that may be coming forward to us. Any commitments or, opinions I had about that were made in a philosophical sense, and certainly would not determine my vote on any future items coming before us. I think that we were more contemplating precedent-setting items as opposed to specific project items. So I just wanted to make sure that for myself, and I won't speak for the rest of the council, but I'm sure that they have their own opinions about this, that any projects coming before us, we will look at the merits of those cases and make a determination what's best for the city at that point. So that's it.
Absolutely. Thanks for your comments, Tim. You want to move the item?
Why don't you move the item? Probably more appropriate since you guys played a better hand of poker than I did.
Okay, can I move the item that you pulled? I guess, okay, I'll move item H. I'll second it. There you go. Motion by Ham, second by Brown. All's in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Not 3-2. Item I is the last item that I have. So, I'm sorry, yeah, so we're continuing this item for, till the next meeting. So, there we go. Public hearings.
Okay. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issue, and act upon the matter by motion. The first public hearing is to consider an order to abate nuisances by having weeds, rubbish, refuse, and dirt removed from vacant and unoccupied structured properties.
Brent, before you start off on this, this is one we go through every year. Is there anything different this year that we're doing than we have in years past?
No.
Okay, perfect. Does anybody have any questions for? I figured. Not you, I just figured somebody would.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not towards you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what was interesting for me this time was, I was thinking how we're at build out, and I'm thinking about how we're an infill community, and so what made me curious was exactly how many parcels are we talking about here? Because I was curious, and it's 382, which is, so don't think I'm like looking at every address. However, parcel 380 is
yours?
27976 Marguerite Parkway. Isn't that in Mission Viejo?
Well, hold on, while we're discussing this, are any of these yours? Because I seem to recall someone's
Yeah, but it
name
doesn't
coming up
matter.
previously.
It's,
Oh, okay.
It just passes through. Doesn't
Did you
matter.
mow your own lawn last year?
We do, yeah.
Okay, just checking.
I am, oh, right, it says Vista, California. I am not sure why that's on the list.
Okay, well, maybe we could take it off the list, but.
Yeah, I can
And
look
I- and
into
I
Maybe
that
it's
one.
Santa Margarita? Maybe it's a
I
spelled
don't
typo?
know.
Yeah.
No, Marguerite Parkway,
Yeah.
that would be Mission Viejo.
Is it a 5-digit address too?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's double win.
Anyway, so I don't want to pay for any weed abatement in Mission Viejo.
You know what it might be is that's the owner address and that's the APN number there
okay.
is, it just the lot has an APN number. It doesn't actually have an address and that's the owner's address.
Listen to Brent just on it, man.
Yeah, he's all over it.
Perfect.
Okay. I'll move the item. Oh, we have to open the public hearing.
We have a public hearing on this. Do we have any cards on this, Joanne?
No.
So we'll open and close the public hearing.
I'll move item 7A.
Okay. I'll second that.
Can I ask a quick
Oh,
question
never mind.
about, there's a site on here which is 2313 Calle Las Palmas. A couple of sites that were in the Riviera District, homes in the Riviera District, and I just,
They're still vacant lots.
These
there.
might be the addresses to the property owners. These are the addresses to the property owners that own these APN numbers on the side here. So
Yeah, I'll
they may
have-
live,
I'll have to have a conversation, because it's both, it's the same address
There's
on
still,
both lines.
there's still vacant lots in Riviera too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one, it's just a funny one. It's always on here, but I don't think it applies, but.
I feel like it's repeat offenders quite often, Tim.
Yeah, I know. I'll send you an email
so,
about it.
Okay, so
we
I
had a
move that
motion.
we adopt Resolution 15-21 entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, ordering the Director of Community Development to abate the nuisances by having weeds, rubbish, refuse, and dirt removed from vacant and unoccupied structured properties within the city."
I'll second that. That was a motion by Doncheck, second by Ham. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thanks, Brent.
The next public hearing is to consider the 2015-2016 action plan for expenditures of community development block grant funds.
Hi, Denise.
Hi, good evening. Excuse me. Denise Obero, Housing Programs Planner for the City of San Clemente. Tonight, I will walk you through a very brief PowerPoint. Every year, the city receives community development block grants from HUD, and this is the time in the month of May to submit our plan of action for the new fiscal year, which starts July 1st, 2015. So this plan needs to be submitted to HUD by May 15th. The grant funds, again, start July 1st. We have been allocated $331,406 for the next fiscal year, which is actually a little bit above this current year. This is the breakdown of projects, and it's pretty much the same every year in terms of the allocation for sidewalks, for public services, economic development, and our home rehab program. This year we are going to work on installing new sidewalks on the 100 block of West Avenida Palizada that will connect the existing CDBG sidewalk improvements that were installed along Ola Vista and also along Palizada. So we will do this project in 2 phases, similar to the Ola Vista project. So we will look at the design phase in 2016 and then the actual construction phase in 2017. As a backup plan, we will be looking at correcting ADA ramps in the CDBG target area if for some unforeseen reason we're not able to complete this project. Again, our social services budget is allocated at 15% of the total CDBG fund, and every year we go through the same process. In the yellow right here, we have the CDBG low-income target neighborhoods. That's where most of our projects are completed. And as you can see, the Orange County area median income is $87,000. I was just in San Francisco last week, and their median income is $103,000. So we are a little bit below San Francisco, but in a very high income neighborhood, county. Again, our home rehabilitation program, I work with a lot of seniors who are low income. We have a total of 5 to 6 projects per year. This is an example of a before and after project. I'm the construction manager for the projects, and we have everything under the sun: plumbing, electrical, termite repairs, roof replacements. It's, of course, part of our Neighborhood Pride program, and a lot of the outreach is by word of mouth. So when our construction project is going on, a lot of the neighbors come and talk to me and talk to the neighbors to find out more about the grant program. Again, this is our social services. We have $49,000 allocated for next year. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about our community facade sign program. We are celebrating our 10th year, and we have $20,000 allocated again for this year. We have $2,000 per business, and so again, I try to complete between 9 and 10 new sign projects per year. And again, the community development block grant funds really help to support community programs and projects. And staff recommends that you adopt and approve the annual action plan.
Hi, Denise.
Any questions? Yes.
Yeah. We talked about the commercial aspect of this program and how it only encompasses the downtown area.
Yes.
Were you able to find an answer on how we can expand that?
I was not. He did not respond, but I will look into that. That's a great idea.
Okay. So just for council, one of the thoughts I had was currently the program only applies to the downtown T-zone area. And I thought, why not extend this program throughout the ECR corridor? So that way we can encompass North Beach and South ECR as well. So hopefully we can look into that and push it forward.
Great.
Any other questions?
Hi, Denise.
Hi.
I agree 100% with how you're allocating the money, and congratulate you on that. I was debating about, when I looked at, I guess next year, can we have a little more time? Because we only get one shot at this, and there's not another council meeting, should we have had issues.
Okay.
So if we could make a note to be looking at this in April.
Sure.
Of next year. And then I'm going to urge you to go through this with a fine-tooth comb.
Okay.
Because you refer to attachment 1, yet there is no attachment 1. And that's the meat and potatoes of the whole presentation. It's the list of how we're going to deploy the funds.
Right, and I wanted to speak to that, Lori. I actually printed out attachment 1. That attachment is in our IDIS HUD database. And so although it's noted as attachment 1 in the actual report, it is included in the database, if that makes any sense.
No. No.
Okay.
As somebody who's being asked to approve this, that means nothing to me. So
Okay.
if that's important for us to know, because everything you just presented here, that level of substance is, not in what we were given to read. So
Okay.
it must appear somewhere else. But
Okay.
then there's a footnote that doesn't go anywhere under housing rehabilitation, and just little stuff like your money adds up to 33,408 rather than 406. But, and then just have a different set of eyes look at it, because barriers to affordable housing, and we talk about the city will implement an array of housing programs, but then you don't go on to talk about what they are. And I know HUD can be real sticklers. So I hope you take a couple of days this week to read it through just make our city proud.
I will.
With this, okay?
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So this attachment 1 has everything that's in the PowerPoint, is what you're saying?
No, attachment 1 is internally in the HUD database, which myself and finance, on a quarterly basis, we input statistics. And so it's not actually a hard copy that's attached. It's for my HUD rep to look internally in the database, if that makes any sense.
So do they ever see your PowerPoint, which really is the meat and potatoes of what?
They will not see my
Oh,
PowerPoint.
that's too bad. Okay.
No.
All right, just make it shine.
I will, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any cards on this?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll open and close the public hearing. Somebody want to move that? There's no
I got
discussion.
one question
There we go.
before we go on. Sidewalks, are there more sidewalks than this being built in the city this year? Do we have some sidewalk projects in the budget, I hope?
It'll be coming to you in the budget next week for discussion.
I got it, but is that a yes?
Yes.
There are? Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be happy to move this item.
Okay. That's a motion by Baker, second by Ward. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, Denise.
Next public hearing is to consider an appeal.
Before we move on to this, can we take a 7-minute break and we'll come back at 8 o'clock? Let's reconvene.
Okay. Next public hearing is to consider an appeal of the zoning administrator's approval of minor exception permit 15-064 and minor architectural permit 14-484, the Danello residence located at 510 Avenida La Costa.
Hi, John.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. John Champ, I'm the case planner for the Danello residence. It's a request for a minor exception permit and a minor architectural permit. The project's located within the Riviera community in southwest San Clemente. Property zoned residential low within the 6th residential overlay. And the project address is 510 Avenida La Costa. La Costa, sorry. So just to give a little background.
Oh, nice. Yeah, good try.
Just to give you a little background on the property, it's a one-story, 1,600 square foot house that was built in 1961. The house is considered legal non-conforming because it has a 3.82 side yard setback when 6 feet is required. This is a view of the project site along the street here with the side entry garage. Give the scope of the project would include a first and second story addition of 839 square feet that would expand the legal non-conforming house from 1,685 square feet to just over 2,500 square feet and would result in a 49% expansion to the existing house. The project would also include a new second story deck that would be proposed over the existing structure. And as part of the deck is requesting an encroachment of 10% to a setback of 4.5 feet along the side yard area. The project would also modify the house to a modern design, and the project height was not reviewed as part of this project because it was found in compliance with the city's zoning ordinance development standards.
Before you come off the slide, John, the first bullet point here says 2,524 square feet. The first bullet point? You
Yes,
with me?
I see it.
Isn't there a max allowable expansion to total square footage on existing properties in Southwest or no?
For a non-conforming structure, if you expand it more than, well, the threshold for bringing it into compliance is 50%. So by staying at 49% expansion, the non-conformities can exist.
Okay.
So long as the addition is within the conforming area, which is the case with this application.
Didn't we used to have a max of 2,100 square feet on that, though?
That's what I was.
The max
for.
is for the 2,100 square feet is for non-conforming structures that are under a certain square footage. The 50% threshold is what requires them to be brought into conformance.
Got it.
So it would be like if it was an 800 square foot house and it were to go, it can go over 50% up to 2,100 square feet. That's the threshold.
Thanks for clarification, Bob.
So this is a site plan identifying the structure. So the proposed addition is centrally located over the house and not over the garage. It does meet all the required setbacks, including the coastal canyon setback, and is located within the existing building footprint. Here's some elevations showing the front side and or both side elevations, showing the transformation to a modern design. This is to give you a focused look at the proposed deck encroachment, which is requesting the minor exception permit for a 10% encroachment into the required 5-foot side yard setback. So as you can see, just in kind of from the plan view, the house was not squarely placed on the lot. It's a triangle-shaped lot, and so a portion of the deck would be, or deck railing would be located within the required setback. However, as you can see by the deck profile, the railing would be inset from the existing side of the structure, and the railings are proposed to be glass. Oh, jumped up. Staff has reviewed this application in conformance with the findings required for the minor exception permit and the minor architectural permit, and have found that it does conform to the required findings and that the addition is less than 50% of the structure square footage, which is in compliance with the non-conforming ordinance. The addition meets all the required setbacks and height requirements for the zone, and the deck will be inset from the first floor of the building and will only encroach a portion along the side area and will not result in any negative impacts to the adjacent properties. So that concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Perfect. Before we start with discussion, if we could just focus on questions, and then we
Yeah,
can hear from the
question.
comment,
Yeah.
and then we'll get back to discussion after.
John, thank you for the presentation. Could you talk to us a little bit about the role of a letter such as Attachment 6, which says, I would like to confirm to the City of San Clemente that the Riviera Architectural Committee has approved the current remodeling plans submitted to us, et cetera, and help us understand how we should think about that letter with regards to your findings?
Absolutely. So in regards to the process, the homeowners association approval is required prior to pulling of any building permit. So at this point in stage, we're at the discretionary review process. Then they have to go to the coastal commission for their review because they're adjacent to a coastal canyon. And then finally, after their coastal commission review and subsequent approval, it would be required to go through the building plan review process. And when that's complete, we require verification of homeowners association approval prior to issuance of building permit.
Okay, and so this letter, which is dated March 13th, this is typical of what your city staff deals with any HOA. This is enough to let you know that a process has been followed and that hurdle's been gone, the HOA hurdle's been gone over.
Yeah, typically stamped plans are also included as verification.
Because I kind of anticipated this question, this is the form that we require to pass it out to the council, that applicants fill out as part of the building permit application to confirm that they got the HOA approval. And then there would be, what John said, there would be a requirement to produce some kind of a document. Well, there is typically a written document that says the homeowners association has approved the project and a stamped set of plans. The actual code doesn't necessarily require the city to verify this because it would be a huge undertaking if we had to verify. It's really on the owner to sign that document to say that they have the approval of the association.
And so in this case, there was nothing out of the ordinary in terms of that part of the process?
Well, and in fact, we haven't even reached that part of the process yet. That would be done during the building permit. They haven't even submitted for building permits.
This letter, though?
Yeah, that letter isn't required until a building permit.
Oh, okay.
So prior to the issuance of building permit, we may have a condition on there that might say that, I'm not sure. But they don't have to typically produce that letter until they actually pull building permits through the city. And the city wouldn't issue it unless they've signed that form and provided the backup or background information to show that they've had an association approval.
Okay.
So to piggyback on that, this letter is not stating, I mean, it's stating association approval, but it's not in the regular course of business for this application. Because Councilwoman Johnchek wanted to know how we should consider this. This was done March 13th. It wasn't done in the regular course. It was an extra added request or.
Right, from our standpoint, from the city, we're evaluating this project based on the requirements of the actual application in the zoning code, and we're not considering HOA approval at this particular point in time. We're looking at it in terms of does it meet the findings and conform to the 4 sets of findings that are in the project, whether to approve the minor exception permit and the addition to the nonconformity.
Okay.
Later on down the line, prior to issuance of building permit, we always confirm whether this is a discretionary permit or not, whether the HOA is signed off for approval.
I need to make a statement that I should have done when we first called it up, that I've had ex parte conversations with the applicant, Mr. and Mrs. Danello. I've also had a conversation with the appellant, Mr. Van Nuys, and with one of the board members, Dr. Rice, Brian Rice.
Okay.
So just wanted to disclose that.
Great.
I also have met with the applicant, and I've spoken by telephone with Mr. Van Nuys.
Me too.
Let's all just establish we've talked to these people at some point. I think we
It's
can.
not a surprise, right?
Yeah.
We're not getting surprised.
You know, but it's important. I mean, it is actually a pretty good highlight because the council does a tremendous amount of homework in the background, and it's it's nice to recognize that.
Well, I have not spoken with the property owners, but I have spoken with Pete, so there we go. Does anybody have any questions for staff before we go on and get to these cards?
I do have a question, just one quick question. It's also about the CR&R, excuse me, the Homeowners Association confirmation form. What type of certification process do you go through to ensure that any letters or approvals you receive do, in fact, represent what's happened with the CC&Rs? I mean, is that just you kind of take it on honor and that's just the way it is? They present the information. That's kind of how it works.
Jim, you want to take it?
Yeah, as I explained, and per the code, it's on the owner to sign the form, validating that he or she has actually obtained that approval. The city literally does, hundreds of building permits a year, and we cannot, or do we have any means to verify whether it's actual homeowners association approval. We rely on the owner to certify that they have that approval.
Has it happened in the past where somebody has contested the HOA's decision or whether or not the approval was valid or not?
Yeah, it does state in the code, and I'll read it for you. The building official may, but shall not have the duty to require a building permit applicant to submit supporting information to investigate the surrounding facts and circumstances to determine if the applicant's certification is correct and the authorization is valid. So in certain cases where we might have some reason to think that there might be some conflicting information, we can, through the code, ask for the additional certification requirements or validation.
Thanks, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else have any questions for staff?
I do have one more question, and it's probably for Jim. So under the conditions of approval, on the resolution that's in here, is it legal/appropriate to add a condition of approval saying, subject to verification of the CC&R process? Or is that overreaching the city's?
Well, I think it's a bit redundant because there's a section in the code that requires the HOA approval. I think so long as it's consistent with this section of code and it doesn't conflict with it, then it's legal. I mean, there's nothing wrong with repeating it so that the applicant's, aware that the requirement exists.
Because I guess my question is, the way I'm understanding this process is the HOA, generally speaking, holds residents to a higher standard than the city in many cases, and certainly with the height restrictions in the Riviera, that would be the case here.
Right.
And so recognizing that, we're accepting that attachment 6, is truthful and representative of the Riviera District's intention as an association. Does it help to put it in?
Mayor and Council, could I help here? Because I think you're asking a legal question. As Mr. Pescius indicated, there's pretty specific guidance on here in the code. There's no problem with referring as a condition the applicant to the guidance. It requires more than just the applicant's assertion about HOA approval. The applicant shall also provide to the building official a document signed by an authorized representative of the association stating that such approval has been obtained and identifying the plans in sufficient detail to enable the official to verify that the plans approved by the association are substantially the same as those reviewed by.
Where are you reading that from?
It's in your Muni Code, section 15.04.030.
Oh, it's not in our packet, though.
No, I'm sorry. It's in the section that Mr.
Okay.
Pescius was referring to. But just a letter from the applicant saying, "Dear city, don't worry, be happy," is not
No, it has to be
the norm.
from the
Yeah.
association.
Well, I do have a question, if I may. For example, we received on a similar, not a similar project recently where we received a letter from the president of association regarding a parking commitment. And it was directly from the president, and it said, we have come to an agreement and we've got parking allocations, and there was some type of indication given that something had existed, and we had every faith that that was accurate. Well, we found out that actually the board and a lot of representatives hadn't really given that authority, and that the letter wasn't actually accurate. And so it didn't represent truly what happened. Is the council just bound to that authorized representative, or can we ask for additional confirmation or validation of that request?
It's the council, or it really be the.
I guess how much
building official
discretion do we
on the
have to
first
ask
line.
for additional validation?
Let me read you that part. The building official may, but shall have no duty to require the building permit applicant to submit supporting information and to investigate the surrounding facts and circumstances to determine if the certification is correct and the authorization is valid. So I don't know what the I don't know what the norm is for the building official to sense the need, oh, here he is, to investigate facts and circumstances. But my recommendation is always at that junction to at least give parties the opportunity to weigh in, participate, to act civilly in a civil action if they need to enjoin each other from submitting that. Mike, have you had a sixth sense go off ever?
Well, just let me explain to you exactly what happens hundreds of times a month and many times each day. Mike Jorgensen, building official. At the time of permit, not discretionary permit, but prior to building permit, they have to, the applicant completes the form that Jim shared with you. In this form, they're declaring they are in a homeowners association and have obtained approval, or they're declaring that they're not in a homeowners association. In addition to this form, we actually receive a set of the plans that the homeowners association has in fact approved with some, and they all have a slightly different process on what they do. It'd be nice if they all did the same thing, but they don't. Typically, they stamp it in some fashion, and there's a signature from some representative of the homeowners association. The value, so that does two things for us. One, this person has made a declaration that they've obtained the necessary approvals from their association. They've presented a plan to us that's represented as what has been approved. We then do, what we do with that is, the applicant has also submitted a set of plans to us for the actual building permit review. We verify that the plan that the HOA looked at is in fact the same plan that's been represented to us, because there are times when it's not the same. The HOA approved one thing, gazebo over in some corner of the yard, and what gets submitted to us is in a completely different location. So that's the reason why the plan is important. I can say a decade ago, before I was building official, there was a lot of, it was more just accept this form, and we did get burned a couple times in that what an applicant represented to us as what had been approved by his association was not in fact what had been approved by his association. So we feel with the declaration and then the actual form, the actual plan that has been stamped by the HOA, that's a pretty solid, this is what the HOA saw. Now, who signed that form or who signed the plan? Is he or she an authorized representative of the homeowners association? We do not have, there's hundreds of homeowners associations that are constantly changing. We don't know who a representative is. If that applicant is representing that that's a legitimate representative, we typically take that. Similarly, if a person filled out this form, you know, do we just take them at their word? If somebody, for example, from Talega comes in and signs this form and says they're not in a homeowners association, I'm gonna, you know, somebody on staff's gonna kind of look across the counter and go, I hate to tell you this, but you're in a homeowners association. So, you know, there's lots of areas of towns that are very clearly in homeowners associations, and city staff knows when they're in a homeowners association. There are also older parts of town that it's not quite so clear, and if an applicant represents they're not, we would typically take them that they're not. Does that help clarify what takes place?
And just since Riviera is a district, and this is a homeowners association form, do we need to worry about that? For your purposes, the concept is there's somebody else that's got, that weighs in on what's architecturally.
Well, I don't think the term homeowners association, I don't believe is the magic word. I think even what our, it's, if they're subject to, if they have CC&Rs that are applicable,
Right.
and if they're subject to some kind of what is generically termed as an art jury, which
That's
means
right.
there's somebody
Right.
that's reviewing their architectural designs.
That's right.
That's
enough,
the,
okay.
that's
And
the
so
system, that's the system that we're looking for.
Okay, thanks.
Okay?
Mike, I got some questions for you before you sit down.
Sure.
How long you been in your position? With the
Been
city?
building official about 12 years.
Okay, and have you done other expansions or additions in Riviera?
Oh, myself, I mean, we've issued many, many permits in.
Have we had an issue
Riviera
like this
District.
arise previously in the Riviera District?
I'm not aware of a conflict like this. This is really pretty unusual. I can only recall a couple times in my years with the city where there's been a dispute that this person didn't have authorization to sign that approval. It has come up in the past, but very infrequently and not for a long time that I recall.
Have any of the other properties, to your recollection, used the same measurement style that this property is using?
I'm not familiar with the particulars on
Okay.
how they measured.
Jim,
my
can you answer
years.
that question? Thanks, Mike.
We're actually not familiar with what the requirements are of the CC&Rs. They don't do it the same way as the city. So they have
Okay.
a whole different methodology, not untypical of, different associations. They'll all use their own ways of evaluating in terms of architecture and requirements. So they all vary, and we don't get involved in checking their standards, only our own standards.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Jim, I still need you up there.
Sorry.
I just need to clarify our role in this because it was appealed by a homeowner in there. We're hearing this anew tonight, right? We are the body that we will decide whether the findings can be met or not. I mean, we're hearing it anew. That's our purpose here in it, not so much to find out whether the CC&Rs were followed or, I don't know. I mean, I think that's part of it, but
Well, I think that there's, in regard to the aspects of the project itself as a discretionary review and the findings that have to be made, it's the purview of the city council to evaluate any aspect of the project that you feel is important to make those findings. If you find that the setbacks are inappropriate, you can rule that they need to be adjusted. If you find the mass of the building for some reason is too big, you may want to adjust it to fit in better with the character of the neighborhood. Those things are within your purview. The actual HOA issue of whether this was approved by the HOA or not approved by the HOA really isn't the issue before the city council tonight. If you feel that it's important to add a condition of approval of the project to ensure that during the plan check stage that we evaluate that very thoroughly, as the city attorney suggested, we could add a condition to reflect that. But the actual specific issue of whether the HOA is applying its height standard correctly or if the HOA board appropriately approved the project is not before you tonight.
But is the height relevant to our consideration tonight? The height of this structure?
Well, I think that there's a request to add, 1,500 square feet to a non-conforming structure. And in terms of if that addition somehow doesn't allow you as a board as the council to consider a particular finding as being made, then you could ask for some adjustments in that respect. So height could come into play if that was a particular issue for the city council.
I want to ask Scott that question too. Is height relevant to our consideration tonight in making findings?
Mayor and Council, height is its separate sign-off, as staff's report indicated. But the council must also find that neighboring properties will not be adversely affected as a result of the approval of the project per se, and that the approval of the minor exception permit will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or public welfare of the general public. So it's within the council's discretion to consider height as part of the total package that you have to find in terms of effects on neighboring properties and public health, safety, and welfare. You may consider that as part of the deliberation before you.
Any questions for staff?
I just would add on in regard to height, that the reason why this is here before you today is because of the nonconformity. If the property was a vacant lot, or if they were to come back and just make the project conform, then the only thing that we would evaluate would be, it wouldn't have a discretionary approval because it wouldn't be required, and then staff would only evaluate the project for the 25-foot height limit, not the HOA standard.
So in the minor architectural permit, that would not have come to the city at all? That's the way I took it, because you were talking about the minor exception permit. I'm talking about the architectural permit.
Well, if the project, the reason why you're reviewing this project is because it's non-conforming because of setbacks. If they were to revise the project to eliminate the non-conforming setbacks altogether, then there wouldn't be a discretionary approval required through the city. It would go through the building permit process. And as we stated earlier, the HOA approval would be required as part of that. Is that clear? I confused you.
Okay, so from the public? Okay, thank you guys. John Boyer, Stephen Evans, Barbara Howard. Yeah, sir, you can speak now, but if you want to speak after everybody else speaks, it'd probably be in your best interest. But it's up to you entirely. I don't want to stifle you if you want to speak now. So, okay. John Boyer. Yes, sir. So before we start, just for the folks who walked in last minute, aside from the applicant and the appellant, everyone will have 3 minutes, and you have a timer right in front of you with 3 beautiful lights, green, yellow, red.
Gotcha.
When red comes, if you could complete your sentence, that would be fantastic because we have a big stack
Gotcha.
this evening. Thank you, sir. And that goes for everybody else who's coming up next. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to be as quick as possible. I'm an attorney from Las Vegas. I own a property at 509 La Costa. I've owned it since 2006, and I've been in San Clemente full-time since
You have 3 minutes, so don't feel like you're rushed.
And I'm going to tell you, you know, I've reviewed the declarations and spoken to some of the neighbors. Best I can tell, there is no such thing as a homeowners association that is legally constituted. In this case, I don't know if that's a blockbuster finding here, but there isn't any. There is a right of the homeowners to appoint an architectural committee, but it must be appointed by a majority of the homeowners, not just simply a meeting of the homeowners where the majority there present vote on the architectural committee. So as far as I can tell right now, there is in fact no architectural committee. Reading the declarations, if there's no architectural committee, then what we're left with here is a situation where the homeowners have, everyone individually and collectively, a right to demand that there be compliance in any structures that are being built on this lot, and that there can't be anything over 16 feet in height, and it can't be 2 stories until the Dinellos can go out and find 51% of the homeowners that agree to doing this, or that the homeowners elect an architectural committee that approves of this. It can't go forward. Now, I don't know what the city's policy or rules on this, but it's definitely, from what I'm seeing here, because I've talked to 4 different experts, engineers, soils engineers, civil engineers, and architects, and they all said that the height limitations being exceeded by the Dinello residents, and also, of course, the 2-story height limitations being violated. There's been some discussion that there are other properties over there that are 2 stories. I can't find any. There's some cases where it's allowed where there's been a living quarters and then a garage below, but that's all I know of. So, but you know, I don't know what the city attorney's opinion is on this, as far as if this isn't really a homeowners association, you really don't have an architectural committee, and you have just simply declarations that are being violated if the structure is built, whether or not you want to issue approval of this or so-called minor exception, that's, you know, strictly up to the city council's discretion and their rules. I don't know what they are. And I'll let everybody else address the problems, the cascading problems that might happen as a result of approval of this.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Boyer, 1 second.
Oh.
You live at 509? Which house, where's your
I'm
property?
sorry, 506. Did I say
506.
506.
I wrote 509.
Yeah, I'm 2 doors up the slope.
So there is a house between you
And the Dinellos,
and
correct.
the Dinellos.
And I would definitely be impacted by this because I'm anticipating there's going to be a 2nd story on the property next to me, and I'm just going to lose my view. So,
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
thank you.
Stephen Evans, and then Barbara Howard.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councillors. My name is Stephen Evans. I'm a resident of the City of San Clemente and the president of the Riviera Homeowners. I'd like to share with the City Council the rationale for the Riviera Committee of Architecture, supported by the Board of Officers, for our reluctant approval of the remodel plans at 510 Avenida La Costa. The issue with the remodel plans at 510 La Costa is an unprecedented interpretation of the wording of Condition 9 of Article 3 of our CC&Rs as to how one measures compliance with the 16-foot building height restriction on this lot. The homeowners contend that by extending their residence into their slope on the side of their lot, then they would intersect the natural grade at the point where they would get a 4-foot higher point from which to measure the 16-foot height restriction on their lot. This additional height would allow the homeowners to construct a second story onto their existing home. So since the inception of the Riviera District in '56, the understanding for over 90% of the lots is that the building height is measured from the level building site provided by the original subdevelopers, since that is the highest allowed elevation. So if one was to drive around the Riviera District, you can see the great extent to which homeowners have taken over 59 years to comply with a height restriction, specifically flat or low-pitch roofs and sunken basement garages. Hence, the Committee of Architecture, supported by the Board of Officers, originally rejected the subject remodel plans of 510 La Costa, as they were not in compliance with our height restrictions. The Board of Officers then sought legal and expert opinion to support our position. So we consulted with our law firm that's been with us for 40 years, as well as California licensed land surveyor and civil engineers, being the Toll Engineering Company of San Clemente, who I believe that have worked with you for many years now. The letter from Toll sums up very well what we found. And I have a copy of it here. Can I put it on, is this screen too? Oh, okay. Thanks. Oh, okay. In the second paragraph, the letter states, I'll just read it quickly then. It is our opinion that the intent of the condition is to limit the construction to a single-story building having a height of no more than 16 feet above the natural grade being the pad elevation, excluding slope areas, at the time of first sale by the subdividers. However, it appears that the language of the condition may be open to other interpretations regarding what constitutes natural grade and the number of stories allowed.
Mr. Evans, thank you for your comments, sir.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Barbara Howard, Steve, I'm going to mess this one up, Zudikoff, and Jency Bonnell.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Barbara Howard. I live at 502 Avenida La Costa, which has been the Howard family home for 55 years. We have watched the community. Periodically, over those 55 years, we've had many family discussions on how to expand what basically is a one-bedroom, open office design, small home. Over those 55 years, very few feasible plans have emerged because we have dealt with city setbacks, property sidelines, coastal zone, and always the Riviera District height restrictions. The Howard family has always honored the established Bank of America CC&Rs when the land was first developed, which states 16 feet over the highest point of the original building plot. I am concurrently remodeling a 1950s original bathrooms and kitchens My remodel might have been different had I known I could go 2 stories high. But I am measuring from the original 16-foot mark. I honor and chose to honor the CC&Rs that have established the Riviera District as a unique, non-mansionization area, which is consistent to that community. I urge you to deny the plan before you for this house at 510 Avenida La Costa. It is not yet a home, it is a house. It is not conforming, nor is it consistent to the zoning and the quality of our community. As you consider this, I ask also that you consider a zoning protection which would maintain the quality and character of this beautiful, beautiful little small section of our city, the Riviera District. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Steve Zudikoff and
Good evening.
Jancy.
I live in the Riviera and have for 15 years and happen to be a member of the Architectural Committee. I was elected about a year ago. When I was elected, I saw a set of plans from the Donellos, was my first obligation. And one of the other committee members on the architectural board and I looked at the plans and rejected them. The other person on the board is a builder and an architect. We looked at the plans and he educated me on how to find the highest point of the lot. We looked at the lot and we noticed that the house was in fact over 20 feet tall. We rejected the plans. We didn't know that there was a previous set of plans that were approved by the Architectural Committee prior to me joining and being elected. We then received a letter from the Donellos that was accompanied with a letter from an attorney that was a little threatening about the home and the setback and the point of reference to the height. They actually took the point of reference of the height from the side of the slope going up to the next home. So they actually went up 4 feet the side of the slope. Since 1956, from what we know, there hasn't been one single house built in the Riviera that's gone against the original plans of the developer. Not one. My home, Bob's been to, is a big house, but is well within the 16-foot height restriction. And what we did is we went below grade. There's 3 or 4 other houses in the Riviera that have done the same thing to get square footage, to go below grade and still keep in with the height restriction and build a bigger home for a bigger growing family. The Donellos want a new bedroom and a new bathroom. But instead of them going below grade to get that new bedroom and bathroom, they want to go up. What we're afraid of is that Riviera turns into a different community over time, that we set a precedence. This week we had an association meeting in our cul-de-sac. I was absolutely blown away by the commitment of the other homeowners that showed up to voice their concern about this. And there's certainly homes there that could make a lot more money building their home taller, bigger, and wider over time. We all love the Riviera for what it is. It's the last cool, old-time neighborhood in San Clemente. We really ask that the Donellos change their plans. We accept them into our neighborhood. We want them to be in our neighborhood, but we don't want to start this slow creepage and a precedence of these big homes coming into an area. The original developers wanted everybody to have a chance for a view, but they also wanted us to be able to smell the ocean air. And I'm afraid by building this home, we're all going to lose that.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Zudikoff.
you.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Sudikov, can you talk to me a little bit about 512 La Costa, which is the one below the property we're talking about tonight? Isn't that one going up 2 stories? And wasn't that approved this year?
It was not approved by me. I don't know. It was probably the association before.
But it's approved for
I don't
something.
believe they're going above the height restriction. I don't believe they're going
Somebody
up the
might
height
know.
restriction.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
You're welcome.
Jancy Bennell, Pete Van Nuys, and Shannon Carney.
Hi,
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight to the council. My name is Jean Banal. I live at Calle Monte Carlo. I'll be brief. It won't even be 2 minutes. Considering all the confusion around the Danello project, it's important that the City Council have a clear understanding of a few points. Some of these have been raised already tonight. Number one, Riviera does not have a homeowners association. The only governance that we have is through the original Bank of America Declaration of Establishment of Restrictions in 1956, which was amended in 1999. Number two, we have a committee on architecture in place, and the role is to uphold these deeded restrictions. Any changes or revisions to the deed restrictions requires approval of the homeowners. Because of the 16-foot height restriction, which has been respected for 60 years, it's easy to see how a letter from the Danello's lawyer caught our unofficial board off guard. As a result of the concern over the Danello's plans, more than 51% of the homeowners have signed a petition to maintain that 16-foot height restriction. Considering these issues, we ask the council to reject the Danello's plans to build a 21-foot, 11-inch home and send it back to the Rivie community to resolve. Thank you.
Thank you. Pete Van Nuys. Following Pete will be Shannon Carney, and then Lisa Telson.
And I would also like to offer these original petitions. We now represent 57% of the homeowners in Riviera.
Pete, before you start, we're gonna
Sure.
we're gonna Pete 5 minutes as the appellant. Is that what's happening, Joanne? Just for clarification.
Do you want to give him
Yeah.
5 minutes?
Yeah. So.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Mayor Ham and City
And
Council.
so, Pete, before you start, I just want to make it clear that this is when you want to speak.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Perfect.
I really don't know where to start. This is the Riviera. This is what we're talking about here. Basically, the lower center portion of that photograph represents the very unique Riviera district located between two canyons, Avenida La Costa. On the left-hand side of that screen runs up from the bottom and curves left and up the hill. Every one of those lots had a blue water view when the Bank of America subdivided this community, and that was provided that single-story homes were to occupy that space. There are only 11 lots in the original 114 which are permitted to go to 25 feet. Everything else in the Riviera is limited to a single story. The project I'm really appalled at the gall of the architect to try this ruse. I don't have a picture of the plans because the plans are copyrighted and I was unable to get any. But the plans show a piece of extraneous building material shoved into the bank, which was originally graded to hold the parcel up next door. And somehow or other they can argue that from this position 4 feet above the original level building site, they can now begin to count 14 feet up. That is an absurd assertion. It's a poke in the eye to hundreds of homeowners who have lived by the CC&Rs, have enjoyed the benefits of that 16-foot height restriction over the decades. As it's already been mentioned, if we're going to allow a 2-story house on a single-story lot, we're going to have to amend our CC&Rs. Condition 9 will have to be voted on, probably specifically to 510 La Costa, and 51% of the homeowners will have to approve of that variance. In your hands there, you have a petition showing 57% of the homeowners, as of now, want to keep our 16-foot height restriction. They appreciate the benefits that these standards have provided. It's really unlikely that any applicant would be able to win over 51% of the homeowners so that they alone could build up a two-story on a one-story lot. Well, is it going to be a precedent if they succeed? I think you folks up there know that it probably will be. Money never sleeps. We're already seeing development coming back, not just because of the improving U.S. economy, but there's a lot of pressure for Asian money. Money, I understand, from Central Europe, Eastern Europe coming in, looking for residential opportunities, investment opportunities. We sit there like a ripe fruit to be plucked if our 16-foot height restriction is compromised. Our Committee on Architecture is given latitude to make decisions and adjustments for individual applications, but it's latitude that's restricted. Specifically, they can't make a decision that would be injurious or undesirable to the neighborhood. Well, by this petition, I think you can see that 57% of the people and counting find this project undesirable for our neighborhood. So I have 3 asks this evening, if you'll permit me. The first ask is that council please direct staff to reject these various variances. Let's catch this now before this project moves on even farther. I further request that council encourage the Planning Commission to focus as early as possible on the Riviera District as part of their zoning review under the general plan. I ask that the city consider creating a new R designation for the Riviera District as it did for Shore Cliffs. I promise smoother sailing on such a project without the turmoil of Shore Cliffs because the majority of Rivierans want to maintain the status quo because it works. Third, my request would be for a limited moratorium on building permits in the Riviera specific to those projects which would result in structures higher than 16 feet.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Pete,
Sorry,
I need
Pete.
to, Pete,
Corey's got a question.
I've got a question.
Nobody ever asks me questions.
Okay. Stump Van Eyes.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, so the project we're contemplating tonight is an 11,830 square foot lot, and the built environment is going to be about 2,500 square feet when they're all done.
If you say so.
Okay. The one that was approved down the hill from them is I just found the PDF, late last year, is a 10,010 square foot lot, and the building, when you include the garage and everything, is 5,100 square feet. So when you voice concern about this 16-foot height, what about mass?
You know what? The Riviera is a pretty laid-back area, and if they can figure out how to get 4,500 square foot and not go over 16 feet, I say go for it.
5,100.
Well, whatever. Yeah. No, seriously, we don't care about the color of the drapes, the color of the house, or the architectural style. The only thing we really, really care about is that 16-foot height limit because it's precious.
And so the massing doesn't disturb you?
Gives everybody more room to run around inside, I guess.
Well, because in one of your documents, you talked about character, and so I'm imagining a 2,500 square foot house next to a 5,000 square foot house, and I'm just trying to understand what the character of the Riviera is.
I'll be honest with you, I have a hard time conceptualizing a 5,000 square foot house.
Big.
I bet it is, and that's terrific if you can pull it off. You know, I haven't seen the plans for that. There is a lot of discussion about that lot, that particular, those owners. They have a plan. It's going up. It's not going up. It's going down. It's been pulled back. It's reapproved. I don't know. Nobody is showing me those plans because I'm not on the architectural committee. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be cute here. I don't know. I can't answer that question. We have large homes in the Riviera. Generally speaking, if the roof lines are down and that particular lot is a triangular shape and tucked up a little bit. I personally, offhand, just at a number, just at the concept of massing, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Thank you.
But it's me, you know. I'm not an expert.
Thanks, Pete. Shannon Carney, and then is it Liza Telson? Liz, maybe?
Thank you, City Council, for listening to us. And I'm just a regular homeowner, Shannon Carney at 400 Avenida de la Riviera. And we've just been there 2 years and moved from Irvine after 25 years, where we had the big houses and the tall lots, and specifically searched in San Clemente for almost 2 years to find where in San Clemente we wanted to live. And Riviera just has that feeling. It's got the low ceiling, the low roof lines. That's the feeling that we moved into and that we know and love. So I fear that if we make one exception and allow one house to come in, as everybody else has stated before me, that's the tip of the iceberg, and there goes our lovely community. So I urge you to strongly vote against this petition, send it back to the Architectural Committee, Architectural, and let them do their job. Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. I'm sure you're going to correct me on this name. Is it what is it?
All I can say is at least you didn't call me Lice. That's what
Oh.
what people call when they, it's Liza Telson, Liza like Pisa. Okay.
Okay.
So
Lisa Telson, that's close. Good.
let me just say this because I've been sitting here looking at it. Guiding development to ensure responsible growth while preserving and enhancing our village character, unique environmental and natural amenities. Mission statement. That's what we're talking about. I am 20 years in the Riviera District, 406 Avenida La Costa, 23 years in San Clemente. And my husband and I also moved to the particular neighborhood because we wanted to be where it was open, where you could see, where you didn't have high homes, and where there was a sense of community that would not be destroyed. When we came in, like many others, we bought an old house. You had to do work on it, look at the CC&Rs, and figured out what we could do. We did what Ms. Howard said she is doing now, and followed every rule. In fact, at one point, we could have put on what they call a little, they're like a little tiny little upstairs room that's not counted as a real room. But the height requirement for that was so low, although legal, we decided not to do that extra building, and that would not have affected anybody's view. So what you're seeing is a neighborhood that respects the CC&Rs, that has followed it. I went to see the Dinellis and meet with them today to look at the house, to look at their plans, to get a sense of it, and I finally understood what they're trying to do, which is to take that embankment, go up, and then go from there. That is not what the CC&Rs say. And I am not a lawyer, but I did work at Saddleback College as a vice president. We did a lot of building there, and believe me, we dealt with a lot of rules, state architects. So I must tell you with all honesty that this is not a good plan for this neighborhood, and not only is it not a good plan, but it is not a legal one for this neighborhood. I feel for them and the efforts they've gone through. That is very true, and we hope to welcome them in our community with a proper plan, as you've heard about. I don't need to repeat the other things you've heard. I do hope you'll also take into consideration the letter from the lawyer that you will receive or have received, all the petition that was signed, and our request for looking at our zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Liza. Lynn Van Nuys. Following Lynn will be Robert Cohen, and then Jill Danilo.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Van Nuys. I'm a 30-year resident of the Riviera District. I asked the City Council to help us correct an error in how we've handled our review of the plans at 510 La Costa. This is the first time in my 30 years as a Riviera resident that we've needed help enforcing our restrictions, and actually the first time we've ever had an applicant push back after their plans were denied. So I'd ask you to help us preserve the standards of the Riviera District. We actually did not have a properly elected committee on architecture at the time the plans for 510 La Costa were submitted. You talked a lot before about the procedure where we need to show that the plans were approved by a committee on architecture. We don't have, as a person formerly said, an actual association, but we certainly do have a committee on architecture to enforce our CC&Rs. So there was only one valid committee member who approved those plans. I ask you that you require the building official to investigate the facts per the zoning ordinance 15-04.030 to determine if the approval of the Riviera Committee on Architecture is valid. What makes the area so special to residents and visitors alike is its unique character. Bank of America, the original subdivider, gave us wide streets with underground utilities as well as carefully placed and graded lots. Our property also has a set of conditions and restrictions that, quote, were intended to be and designed for a mutual benefit of the owners of the lots in said tract. Conditions are imposed upon each and every lot as an obligation against some for the benefit of each and every other lot. Condition 9 of our CC&R specifically prohibits a two-story structure or a structure over 16 feet at 510 La Costa. Please don't approve plans that violate those restrictions. Let us keep Riviera as it was meant to be, with low building heights which allow wide horizon lines, sunshine, and ocean breezes for all our homes, and a fair chance of blue water views. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Robert Cohen, and then Jill Danello, and Ned Bunnell.
Good evening. My name is Rob Cohen. I am a resident of Riviera District, and I'm here to speak about agenda item number 7C, the project at 510 Avenida La Costa. When Bank of America established Riviera District, it was with the intent to create a peaceful and beautiful community with ocean views and Ole Hansen feel. According to Riviera District CC&Rs, the only official committee that can enforce the 16-foot height restriction is the Architectural Committee. That committee must be voted on by the majority of homeowners. In this case, that did not happen. Only 2 of the 3 members of the Architectural Committee were elected, and only 1 of the elected members signed off on the plans. The second signature was by a non-elected member. Based upon Riviera District CC&Rs, the Architectural Committee can only enforce the community standard. The only exception to this is if the committee puts a vote out to all homeowners and receives 51% approval in favor of going outside the standard. This did not happen. As you can see by our petition, a majority of the homeowners do not approve of the Architectural Committee's decision. I believe that Article 3, Section 9 of our CC&Rs defines the height restriction and is not ambiguous. In addition, the letter from Bank of America and the original grading plan make the definition stronger. That is why I believe the project at 510 Avenida La Costa does not meet the standard. Additionally, the Coastal Commission permit issued for this project was approved for a height of 19 feet. The plans currently before you for a height of over 21 feet. I believe this brings into question the Coastal Commission's approval, and the City Planning Department should notify Coastal Commission of this discrepancy. In closing, I am hoping common sense prevails and that you, the City Council, will not approve the plan that violates a recorded deed restriction and the will of our community. Thank you very much for your time considering this issue.
Thanks, Rob.
You're welcome.
Jill Danello, and then Ned Bunnell.
Hi, I'm Jill Danello, the homeowner at 510 La Costa.
Do you want to be the last person to speak, and you can speak with your 5 minutes?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ned Bunnell is the last card. Sorry, Jill. I didn't mean to make you get up and then sit back down.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Ned Bunnell, wife of Jean, who you already heard from. We moved to, and we're at 2407 Calle Monte Carlo. We moved from Lido Isle 12 years ago to Riviera. Everybody in Newport wanted to know why the hell we were moving here. Besides,
don't tell them.
I won't.
Don't tell them.
We left Lido because, and I think everybody knows it, it was a small beach community, and over time, you know, our single-story house, we lost our light because 2 Tuscan villas were built on either side. What attracted us to Riviera was, as everybody said, the wide streets, the wonderful big sky, the views. I think what a lot of us are concerned about is if the Danello plan is approved, a lot of people will talk about a precedent. but it's hard to see what a precedent will look like over time. But I can give you an example of our house right now. We've seen the plans for the Dinello. We live at 2407. We have a very similar slope in the back. We also have 27 feet from our fence to our house. So if we sell our house, somebody will be able to come in, if this is approved, and pick a spot on that slope, okay, to determine, as the Dinellos have, that their 16-foot height will now allow 2407 to go up to 22, even 25. So I think a lot of us are concerned that this is just not a simple one-time decision. It's a decision that's going to affect the character, the architecture, and the lifestyle of Rivy. So we really want you to consider what you think about Rivy today versus what you want it to be tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ned. Jill, you're the last card. And if you have 5 minutes, so if you want to have multiple people speak, that's fine. It's not a problem.
5 minutes total?
Yeah. Yeah.
I request a little bit more because there's a lot of issues that have come up, and I have a pretty decent PowerPoint to address.
As long as we're not going to be exhaustive and go, you know, a lot of time. But yeah, a minute over shouldn't be an issue.
Thank you.
No, I'm just going to make a couple quick comments. So, appreciate everybody's time, and I appreciate all the comments that we heard. So obviously the issue is a definition around what is the highest grade of a lot. And for all of us to understand the Dinello definition and how we came by it, in fact, while we were looking at purchasing this home, there was a set of plans that actually defined the highest grade as a point where the perimeter of a new home touched the lot. And when we pulled those plans, we looked and we said, okay, 16 feet from that. And we called the HOA and we got confirmation that that was actually the proper interpretation, and asked how it applied to the current lot that we were looking at. So from that, that's where we got the definition. We purchased the property, and pretty much after about 6 months, we rolled into the process of starting plans. And as you heard, we actually had a set of approved plans that went through Coastal Commission. It was slightly different than this situation, but it used the same principle. And then new plans of a neighboring property were actually put forth, and we realized, oh, we got to change our plans. And so we took our plans, modified them, and here we are today. So we've spent about 2.5 years now working on these plans. And obviously, the information that we're hearing now from the community is very different than the information we were given 3 years ago. So it's very frustrating and obviously upsetting from the point of view that we've invested a lot of our family time in this. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Derek, and he can speak.
Good evening, board members and Mr. Mayor. I am Derek Wolf, Wolf Design. I am the designer of the plans and have been working with the Dinellos since the inception of this project. I'd like to first provide you guys a copy of our neighbor form that the Architecture Committee made us sign for our upslope neighbor, and also a letter from our lawyer that we asked for guidance to understand that we were reading the CC&Rs correctly when we were denied by the committee when we resubmitted our plans. So that's what that letter is there. I'm not sure how to go forward through this. This is the current design of the home. We have we've moved the body of the house, of the addition, back 26 feet off the face of the garage, 52 feet off the face of curb. As John mentioned, it was previously approved by the Riviera Architectural Review Committee. The original project also took 16-foot height limit from the highest point of grade at the perimeter of the principal residence. So I'll get into that later. There were no objections to the height of the original project, no appeal to City Council. We received zoning approval, and we went on to Coastal Commission and also received Coastal Commission approval. The adjacent property then submitted plans to the HOA and also to zoning that really impacted our property and necessitated us to actually move our second-story addition. So originally it was here on the site, on the building. The gray is the building footprint. The red is our original addition. Again, gray is the original building. Green is now the new relocated addition. Same size, just moved back a little bit due to some privacy concerns that were happening on the adjacent property. Our project, the slope ascends up the hill on the side yard. The project takes its height by building to the setback, not beyond the setback or anywhere else, to the setback, and then taking our highest point of grade where it touches that setback. Where other slopes, lots in the Riviera have sort of a gentle downslope, we have more of a flat slope and then a bit more steep at the side yard. Project does meet the requirements of Section 9 of the CC&Rs. Section 9 of the CC&Rs reads as follows: no building or other structure shall exceed 1 story or 16 feet in height above the natural grade of the lot on the perimeter of the principal residential building. Natural grade of the lot is hereby defined as being the grade of the lot as of the time of first sale thereof by the subdividers. Does not mention a pad. So, the top illustration is how many homes in the Riviera have gotten around the height requirement. They'll have a gently sloping grade from front to back or side to side. They take their 16 feet at the highest point of grade at the setback. Many people have built out to the setback. And then they go out to the lower point and remove grade to achieve height enough to add in a second story. Many of the homes in the Riviera do meet the definition of a 2-story building as defined in the San Clemente Municipal Code. So, how our plan differs. The green on the previous illustration, you can see this area here, is how our lot kind of lays out. Our lot comes straight across, then there's a little 3-foot block wall, and then the slope slopes up gently to the neighboring property. The block wall does not support the upslope property. It's only a 3-foot block wall. Our lot comes across flat, so this is all the grading we need to do to build to our setback and gain our height. 16-foot stays the same, 16-foot stays the same, 20-foot. We're not hiding anything that we have a 20-foot height at the lower point of grade on the lot. Shall I move forward?
Yeah, we can come back to this one.
Okay. Neighborhood compatibility. The project is modest in size. We're adding 800 square feet to a approximately 1,700 square foot home for a total of 2,500 square feet. Typical development, newer development is 3,000 and up, as you know from the property next door. The addition sits back, as I mentioned, while not required by either the Riviera HOA or the City of San Clemente, we have designed this project with view equity in mind for our upslope neighbor. I do a lot of work in Laguna Beach, working with design review and working with neighbors, and protecting view equity is very important, so I come from a kind of a background on that when I design projects. Privacy of both adjacent properties was also considered in the design, and we believe that it fits with Ole Hansen's ideology of preserving light and views and keeping open space. So this is our existing home. This was our previous approval, a little more massive at the front of the lot. This is our current proposal. Previous, current. And then this is a sort of an x-ray view through, so you can see the highest ridge of the house, the current existing house, and how much higher we are. We did study the impact on the neighbor and tried to protect his views, as I mentioned. This is the home existing roof shown, and then you can see his master bedroom. We've flattened the roof so that he can put glass rails up so he can obtain ocean view. Currently, we have a bunch of trees there, so he really has no ocean view. Same thing on the front of the property, lowering the garage roof so that out of his living room, he obtains ocean and horizon view. Also, that's his great view of that kind of bluff top, or the bluff that sort of sticks out with the apartments on it. There are several two-story homes throughout the Riviera. These homes, as I mentioned, clearly meet the definition. There are numerous examples of homes which utilize the slope as well. I have images that'll show all of this. The project does not seek an exception from, nor do we wish to modify the standards of the CC&Rs. The project is not injurious to others and is in fact supported by the adjacent upslope neighbor. I handed you the awareness form, who is most impacted by the project. This project is not asking for a benefit from which others in the neighborhood do not already enjoy. I'll come back to neighbor concerns. We believe that the language in the CC&Rs is plain, clear, and simple. There's a contention that we think it's ambiguous. It is not. It's very simple. It is not specific. Article 9 does not define a date in time for the principal structure. Article 9 does not define a pad or a specific elevation above sea level from which height must be taken. Please see the attached supplementary Schedule F from another CC&R that I've included in this presentation to show how they defined a pad clearly and definitively in their CC&Rs and how high you could go from that. They also said a 1-story and 16 feet. This is also, the CC&Rs I'm referring to were done in 1955 and then ratified with the supplemental Schedule F in 1960 to really clarify and cement the CC&Rs. View blockage and the reason we are here.
How many more slides do you have, sir?
Just a few. This was our view. This is the neighboring property going in. View, neighboring property. Privacy concern from where we had our master bedroom located. That's the property. Pattern of development. There are 2 stories. Doesn't matter if it's a garage below, it is still defined as a story. This house actually does have living quarters, under living quarters as well, and is not under grade. You can see how they took their slope, their height from side to side, 16 feet at the high side, 20 feet at the far. I can't find plans, so I don't know if they pushed out to the setback, but they are currently at the setback. The description of the project is a 2-story home. 402 Avenida La Costa, also a 2-story home, as per the permit. 404 Avenida La Costa, 2nd-story addition to an existing 1-story dwelling on the coastal development permit. 500 Avenida La Costa, pushed out to the front yard setback, pushed out to the side yard setback to obtain a higher portion of the house, and then that's the result. 2312 Calle Monte Cristo, also 2-story home. 2 stories noted on the permit application, both in the description and in the stories. Same at 2402 Calle Monte Carlo. 2 stories, height is greater than 16 feet. You can see this is on the street below, looking up back towards their property. Enough. All right. And then, I could go on and show you, So I'll get to my summary.
I think we have a different definition of a few left.
Yeah, I think so.
Just get to the summary, please.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Summary, Riviera HOA and Architectural Board have reviewed and approved the current plans. We have the plans with signatures and stamped here. Many of the homes in the Riviera that have been updated over the years have used the highest point of grade to determine the height envelope. Most, if not all, of those homes have accomplished that by pushing out to the setback when necessary and where possible. The semantics of how the height envelope was accomplished, grading down or cutting into a slope, is not really relevant since we are following the guidelines of the CC&Rs. The fact is many homeowners in the Riviera have expanded their homes to reach the highest point of grade in order to get to the maximum height allowed for in Article 9. We're not asking for special treatment, and we're only doing what others have been allowed to do for 60 years. To deny the Danellos this right would be prejudicial, as it is a benefit enjoyed by other homeowners throughout the Riviera.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Well, no one has any questions for the applicant? No? No? Okay. I have one question for you said you're an architect?
Yes.
What is the current height of the top of the roof on the current residence?
From the low point?
No, from the floor level to the top of the roof there.
From floor level to.
Yeah. Because I noticed it looks precarious that it's about 4 feet lower than what the existing one is. So it would lead me to believe one thing or another.
On our house, yes, on our proposed property, it is 10 foot 7 foot 19, 20 feet from finished floor.
Currently, at the highest point of the pitch.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
From finished floor to roof,
Yeah.
16 feet.
Okay. Thanks.
To the top of roof, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, with that, we'll close the public hearing if no one has any other questions. Okay.
Well, yeah,
Oh.
that's fine. Close it.
I'm gonna have to open it up if you got another question, Tim.
Well,
Went through it the other day.
I did have a question for Mr. Evans, Stephen Evans, if he's still here.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Mr. Evans, who's currently serving on your Architecture Review Committee?
We have Mr. John Tully, who's an architect. We have Bob Whittier. And we have Steve Sudikoff.
And how were they appointed?
That was actually before my time, but I believe they were appointed at the Christmas party.
They were appointed how? I'm sorry?
They were appointed on a ballot,
On a ballot.
yeah, which was collected at the Christmas party.
You're the president of this group, right?
I believe so.
So, because it sounds like your residents are disagreeing with you, so. But let's, yeah, okay, so let me ask you a question. So the vote, who is a voted and who's an appointed person on this body? All are voted on by the large group of the HOA members?
I believe Mr. Tully and also Mr. Sudikoff were voted on.
And how was Mr. Whittier put into the group?
I believe he was brought on because there was a vacancy at the time.
And who brought him on, sir?
The board.
And who's the board?
The board at that time would have been my predecessor, Mr. John Tully, and 3 other persons.
So 4 people appointed the 3rd member of the Architecture Review Committee.
I believe it's in the minutes.
Okay, so 4 persons, and is there, I didn't see that process in the CR&Rs about how that appointment would be done. It looked like it was always by a majority of the homeowners. Is that just something that's kind of been done over the years, or?
No, we have regulations which we use, which applies to help administer the CC&Rs. So in the memorandum, there's a list of how the thing should be done.
Okay, and does the large, at some point, do the residents ratify that appointment?
No, don't believe so.
So what stops that 4 group people from putting all 3 persons in there if they want to?
There is a ballot that's put around for that once a year meeting and is voted on at the meeting, which happens to be the Christmas party.
Okay. There seems to be a dispute as to the facts. Could you just give me your opinion as to, could you share with me some insights as to who comprises this committee now and what the plan is to ratify or to make these appointments official through the rest of the residents? Is there a plan, or this is a standing architecture review committee as it sits right now, and there's no plans to make any changes?
There's meant to be a rotation, which is set out in the articles.
Okay.
So they're meant to, I think it's a 3-year term for each of the members on the architectural committee, and once a year there's meant to be a rotation.
I see. And what happens if the residents don't like an appointment?
Then they should vote in someone else. The trouble is, it's very hard to get people to actually join in and be on the committee.
It's a lot like city council then, is what my understanding is. Yeah. Okay.
Difficult to find volunteers.
Sorry, Tim, that's funny.
Yeah, I tried to be because I could tell my line of questioning is very monotonous. Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the clarification.
Any other questions for anybody who spoke this evening before I close the public hearing? When we do the dance where I close it and open it, close it and open it, close it and open it? No? Lori, last chance? It's closed. John, can you step up to the mic for a second? There was a comment made about the Coastal Commission approval at 16 feet, and then this one's not the same approval. Can you talk to that point?
Yes, there was a project that was previously approved, went through the process, went through Coastal Commission. As the applicant spoke of it, their neighbor's property, their project, resulted in them wanting to redesign their project. So the project that went to the Coastal Commission is an entirely different project than what's before you today.
Okay. And per our code, you have to get approval from Coastal Commission before we grant final building permits?
Correct.
Okay. And that's why you stated earlier that they're going to have to go back to the Coastal Commission?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense, because I was wondering how they went to Coastal Commission twice and got
Mhm.
approval in 2.5 years.
Yeah.
I wanted to know what their secret was and how to do that. Okay. Thanks for clearing that up, Chris.
Oh, John, I'm sorry. I wasn't done. I thought someone else was going to go off
I
the
just
top.
wanted to clarify, didn't a council member appeal this?
Well, I think
You did.
I think
So,
Rich
okay, so
appealed
you
it,
did
and then
talk.
you appealed it just similar to the way we did the Estrella. Is that correct? What did I say? Oh, Pete, sorry. There was doing so many appeals right now. So we did similar styles to what happened with the Estrella project. My next question, John, was I think Pete brought up the 15 home sites that are allowed 2 stories. Do we look into that as a association as far as you're concerned as a staff member?
No, we're reviewing this project in conformance to the development standards for the RL6 zone, so that's why, there were no red flags with the proposed height as far as we review as with our height analysis. So the maximum height for the RL6 zone is 25 feet, and this is under that height.
And from the city standards, how would we measure that? From where?
We would measure that in this area of the community from the finished grade.
Finished grade.
Finished grade, because there was extensive grading as part of this project.
Folks, if you guys could refrain from clapping, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Does anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, in my neighborhood, they measured from the 4 corners and add them together. Is it different in every section of the city, John?
Well, every roof element is measured individually. However, as far as the finished grade versus original grade are the two grade points that we measure it. So communities that have had extensive grading you're not measuring from the original grade, you're measuring from finished grade. So there are a few communities within the city and is identified in the zoning ordinance, and this is one of the communities that it's measured from finished grade.
Which, the original house, in your opinion, that was measured and built by the finished grade?
Yes.
Okay.
And, we're talking about 4 to 5 inches here. This is a remodel, though. There's no way to lower the grade to, some of the examples we saw where people kind of went under rather than up to keep the 16 feet. Would that just create too many complications because it's a remodel?
That would be very difficult because this property, as some of the lots of that were shown, it was down the slope. Well, down the slope is the coastal canyon, and you have a required setback for this lot of 15 feet from the canyon edge, so that would likely not be an option.
Well, I got a question for our city attorney. We had a couple of comments about folks that said we don't have a homeowners association. I heard that a couple of times. Do they?
I could look for that section of the code, Mr. Baker, but what's required is the sign off of an HOA or some jury, architectural jury, serving in that capacity. And so as I understand the setup here, this is in the latter category. It's not set up as a formal HOA would be in today's times. But I haven't looked behind that structure at all, except just what I heard in testimony.
But from the city's point of view, we have the building officials, the planning department has looked at completed stuff with homeowners association stamps that says this is okay, and that's what the city officials have seen. Is that your understanding?
I think that's the preview of what the final sign-off is going to be. And in interviewing staff this afternoon, what you've seen, which is plans stamped with what looks like an association's stamp and a letter really submitted under penalty of perjury, that's the real body that really voted, is definitely within the realm of what we'd normally expect to find when that stage happens at building permit. That's separate and apart from the findings you have to make on page 7C4 relating to these approvals. And one's a process and the other is a substantive review that's squarely before you. But if I could just, sorry to keep going, our review of this application under the substantive requirements of the CCNRs is not what's before you. That procedural sign-off will be, and the findings on page 7C4 as it relates to the city approval are before you. But the criteria that apply over there really are not part of this hearing tonight, and I just wanted to have the record be really clear about that.
And so as part of our findings, we aren't quite as restricted, I guess, as the Planning Commission would be in this regard. As part of our findings, we can simply find on the denial of an exception permit that it doesn't fit with or causes harm to the area in general.
That's one of the findings that has to be made for this approval to issue, Mr. Brown.
And Scott, we heard a little bit tonight about requiring the building official to investigate the plans that they were properly signed with the correct signatures of people who actually have standing to do that. How would we do that if council chose that?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, it's been suggested that there be a condition attached to this if you wanted to do that. That would not only reiterate the requirements of the code, but that would urge the official to pay particular attention to the sign-offs in this case. And I think that would be within the realm of council's ability to instruct its official in this case. Did that answer your question, Kathy? That you would call attention in a condition to that sign-off and urge particular vigilance in this case, given what you've heard tonight.
Laura, you got any comments?
I don't want to go first on this. I think Kathy's.
Okay.
Okay. I asked to agendize this after Mr. Van Nuys did because I had concerns too. It was surprising to me to hear that there was an addition being asked for that was a second story, where I knew that single stories were mostly only allowed. So I wanted to hear what that was. It concerns me that we've heard so many homeowners tonight, but all the letters that we've also heard. And I counted the petition, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 people on the street actually signed that petition, saying that they wanted the CCNRs enforced. And these are the people that are in what I believe is the sloped area. The question that I kept asking is, do we care, that maybe a mistake was made, by the architectural committee? We've heard from the president tonight. He actually used the word, "we reluctantly approved this." So I have to take that somewhat into consideration, that I've heard that testimony. I can't just ignore that and say it doesn't matter that they screwed up, we just have to go by it because they might get sued or something. Can we just say that at the detriment of all the property owners? And we have the final say of how San Clemente is developed and what happens to it. So I was trying to decide, do we care about the CCNRs? Should the city care about that? This goes back to, they said 1956. I'm starting to begin to understand with all of this that I think we should care about how it's developed. And I think we should care that every other property owner has gone by a different standard. they said that no one has ever asked for this before, even though the architect said he has examples of it. I'm not sure what those lots were he went through so fast, whether those were two-story lots in the Riviera or not. I don't know if I can take that into account. You went really fast, so.
We wanted them to.
I know, but when he's trying to say, look at these examples, they did what these people did, I really need that clearly identified. So, based on just that alone, there seems like there's a lot of irregularities. I'm not comfortable that Riviera is an association. I know they have this board, but I'm not comfortable on how they have the authority to do this. I think it needs to be cleared up more, because I think what at stake here is important. But, so I would be for trying to verify this. That's one thing. The other thing, if I just look at what's before me, this is an architectural permit and a minor setback permit, but it does include the overall project, and that's what I have to look at if it's harmonious to the neighborhood. I'm not hearing from the owners, the other property owners, that it is. So I think I cannot make the E finding on our resolution that the proposal is not detrimental to the orderly and harmonious development of the Riviera. And I don't know that it complies with the development standards. It complies with the city development standards, but I don't know if it does for this area. So I have serious, if somebody else can convince me that I shouldn't look at that, I think I need to look at the overall project and what we're doing here. And I think height is a consideration I have to look at. I think it's important that we know Riviera was always set at 16 feet. So I can't I can't look past 56 years of precedent here.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Kathy, I think I'm going to end up in the same camp that you're in. My biggest concern with this is going to be the height of the structure. And one of the things that sold me was that slide that you presented, which showed the original property at 16 feet and the proposed one 4 feet over that. And that to me tells me that 16 feet was the desired height of that from the graded property. John Champa recognized that when he said that's what we recognize as a community with the zoning of that neighborhood. And to go over that, quite frankly, I don't think I'm going to be in favor of that. That being said, there's an awful lot of residents in this room right now that are relying on the city council to do the association's job. And I don't think that's going to be done in the future, at least not from my perspective. So I think something needs to be done as a community so you guys can address these issues in the future. But as far as this proposed project goes, I think the height is my concern. So,
well, Kathy raised an important point, though. When we talked about when the examples of other two-story structures in the Riviera were spoken about, there were somebody said that there were 11 properties in the Riviera that are allowed to go to two-story. So maybe we should put this off for a couple of weeks and take a look at that and see what those two-story projects are. I mean, if that's an important part of this, maybe
But we know for a fact that this lot in particular is a one-story lot.
I get that, but I mean, if he's got, if there were 10 other examples of one-story lots that are now two-story, does that change your thinking?
well, and
Change your thinking
I'm glad
in
you
any
brought
way?
that up.
That's all you made an important point there. I'm trying to expand on it a little bit here. Maybe that's something we want to look at. I don't know.
I can't address all the properties that were presented this evening, Bob, but one of the properties that was presented as a two-story over the 16-foot height limit is indeed not. I know that property very well, and it's not over the 16-foot height limit. So I would be curious to see how many of the examples presented tonight actually are over the 16-foot height limit, because I know one for a fact is not. So, yeah.
It's an interesting exercise to go through this, to read these documents. They're so old, to try and patch together. I mean, some of these guys try and patch together what it is, and it really, strikes down to the heart of it was what defines what a community standard is. It's interesting that as a community, it seems like, particularly in San Clemente, it feels like a lot of it emanates from a sense of what we like about the community, or its reflection of how we see it. You know, we love San Clemente because of, you know, its charm and those items. Rivi especially is, you know, I think the best that San Clemente has to offer, and has an essential charm to it. And it's fascinating to me that, you know, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, when you could literally build anything you wanted in San Clemente, I'm pretty sure you could literally build anything you wanted in town without consideration for parking, zoning, anything you wanted. Rivi kept it together. You know, that's pretty shocking to me. And so I think what this speaks more to in terms of community standards isn't necessarily what you can get an attorney to triangulate to as much as what the community has agreed to together. And, you know, I'm going to not support the exceptions tonight. I'm going to vote to deny primarily because I feel as if, in my sense, that this is something that is out of character with that community that does seem to, that does violate that, the essence of what Rivi is about. And I would also ask that that if there is some resubmittal, we also get the architectural board thing squared away, because that is incredibly confusing. But I just, you know what, I think it's important to retain where so many folks have made it a priority for so long, to retain some essential charm. I don't think you throw that away very easily. And so I'm gonna vote to uphold what I believe to be the community standards, which everyone has been following, regardless of who's stamping what. So.
Okay, I guess I'll go next. And first of all, those of you that are laughing, these are thousands of dollars of one of your neighbors' money that's being contemplated tonight. So it's not funny. If you were in their position, you would expect to be respected and civil. So please, and you probably won't laugh at what I say anyway, but this is not the place for that tonight. This is a family, this is a home, this is a relatively new family to your neighborhood. I think of the five of us, I came in on the tail end of Shore Cliffs on City Council, and I've campaigned, walked in Shore Cliffs 10 years later, and the divisiveness that still exists in that wonderful, wonderful neighborhood because of discussions like this 10 years ago or whenever it was, I find it just heartbreaking. And so I urge you, wherever we end up tonight, to remember that we're all humans first. We all choose San Clemente because of what it is, and that this should not be a divisive situation. You need to band together. I agree with the council member that you have one of the finest neighborhoods. We all wish we could live in Riviera, frankly. So that's kind of the framework. This is a very hard one for me because I appreciate the petition, and I appreciate that a dozen of you showed up tonight. I also appreciate that there's 141 lots in your neighborhood, so that means there are a chunk of people that are either choosing not to get involved in this because they understand how that can tear up a neighborhood, or maybe they're supportive, okay? And in San Clemente, the squeaky wheel often gets the grease, and so that's weighing heavily with me. I also agree with the mayor's comment here that please don't be asking your city council to do the job of your neighborhood, and wherever we end up tonight, this is a wake-up call. Whatever it takes, you need to either hire a lawyer, get your process in place, make sure it's fair, make sure it's even-handed, make sure it's clear, because that was the slippery slope for Shore Cliffs, and trust me, you don't want to be another Shore Cliffs. So I can't underscore that as much, that the heavy lifting needs to happen on your streets. I am a little intrigued by your idea of taking a few weeks to look at what else is going on in terms of exceptions that have been made in the community. And I'm also very clear about what John Ciampa's job was and that he did it very, very well. So thanks, John. I think staff did a great job on this. So I guess I could go along with taking the extra time to look at what else is going on in the community if there was any traction for that direction.
What is the end goal with that, Lori?
We didn't, in the applicant's discussion, they didn't get a chance to share their journey, of starting May 2012. And what I see is plans approved by Riviera ARC in June 23. I see there was a public hearing and no appeals, November 2013. I see neighbor approval, December 14th. Then I see that, the neighborhood started getting concerned about it, yet in March the plans were approved. So there's a trail here that if I were in their shoes, I think I was tagging all the bases, and that I was about ready to get the home of my dreams. And so I guess I kind of want to understand a little bit more about how it works in the Riviera. And the house that's adjacent that has the 5,000 feet on the 10,000 lot, that doesn't seem in character at all to what I believe the Riviera is about. Yet that was approved, depending on what you look at, it's in some 180-day window right now. So I just want to make sure we're being fair and even-handed.
Can you explain the window on the lower house? I don't understand that.
Oh, I pulled up a PDF and it said that it was approved, maybe you know what the 180-day window is, but it said it was approved, I think, in fourth quarter of last year, and that the 180-day window ended March 15th, so I don't know what that is. But the point is, it was a recently approved project that's got a lot of density attached to it.
I wouldn't know. It sounds like the CEQA statute of limitations, but I'm not sure
Maybe
yet.
that's what it is. I would agree if you look at the outline that they gave that it seems
Like they're doing all the right
confusing.
things.
It does, but when you talk to all the people and you find out that there was different people on the board at that time, then you can see how that happened, that they got the approvals, but then there was a different architectural committee and, at the time, well, that's what I was told by the applicants, different people. Or maybe, I'm sorry, it was the board members that told me that. But I'm not sure if looking at all of them would change what I think, because I think, didn't we have testimony that no other house has done this? Didn't the board, someone from the board tell us, and maybe we need that clarified, that this has never happened, it's unprecedented? That's the word that I heard. So if that's unprecedented, then how did these other two-story or houses get in there that are over 16 feet? Because they're saying it's not.
Well, Kat, I think
Well, that's the point. That's exactly the point, though. That's exactly the point. I want to know the answer to that question, too. That's exactly the point. That's why I need a couple of weeks to research exactly what the architect showed me there with all those MLS listings and things like that.
You're going to have to go out and measure every single house and make sure that they're
I don't think I'll do that. I think I'll just read, but
we had the board tell us that no house has gone over 16 feet. And I asked the applicants, okay, I was confused about the lower house too. I was very confused, because I thought if they're doing it and they're measuring it from the slope, what's the big deal? I mean, why can't you do that if Riviera is allowing that? And they said to me that property is not going over the 16 feet. Even though it's 4,000, 5,000 square feet, it's not over 16 feet. They're not going over that height. That's what's at issue here, is the height in that area.
so then why do they have stamped plans that are approved from the homeowners association?
Well, I think we've determined that homeowners association is not acting accordingly, and they said they reluctantly approved it. So, yes, we do have it, but that's what we're deciding here.
I think the bottom line is,
Let me see if we can, it's obvious here we have a majority of the homeowners that have a concern about this. And an appointed board member, and you have also a split architecture review panel that was a 2-1 with an appointed representative by 4 homeowners that came in as the tiebreaker on this vote. And so it's important that the intent of an architecture review committee voted on by the majority of the members, in my mind, is upheld. I would like to see this. Listen, I don't feel comfortable moving forward as the project's currently constituted, but I'd sure like to give the architectural review board another crack at it. Just to say, we don't feel like that. We don't feel as if this has been given a true once-over review that it was required, and simply do our research, but also ask their architecture review board to affirm their findings. You know, it's fairly obvious that there's a wide disconnect between the different groups here, and so I'd like to see them affirm what they've voted on, and you know, and ensure that what we've received is accurate and reflects the Riviera community.
Well, I think it's a pretty big step to stamp the plans and sign your name on them, Tim, frankly.
Depends on who's signing.
The city, and you know, we've had this discussion up here many times about protecting private views. The city of San Clemente does not protect private views. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at somebody's private view.
We never
That's what
said
you're looking
view.
at.
We never said view. We
Yeah,
only
we're
said
not
16-foot
discussing
height
private
limit.
views.
The property owners never said view either.
I think we're looking at a community standard that has been upheld for a very long period of time by a very passionate group of people. And that's what I'm saying is that if this group decides to walk away from that standard and there's context and there's understanding, then that's one thing. But what we have here, there's no clear, definitive direction that's been provided by the homeowners in the Riviera District, and frankly, even by the board and the architecture review jury, as our attorney called it. And so I just, absent that direction, absent some clarity, absent that disconnect, you know, it just, the whole thing feels like it's just been patched together and you know, not a very clear path here. I don't know. I'd like to see, you know, kind of like what my mom used to do with my brother and I fight. She'd just push us outside and lock all the doors and say, you guys, you know, let me know when you figure it out and come on inside afterwards, you know. And, but, you know, that would be child abuse now, basically, I think, if she were to try that. She's passed away, so frankly, they can't arrest her for anything. But I you know, I kind of would like to have that same policy if we do a fact-finding venture, and if we do put this project, at least our approval, on hold, that we ask, you know, the architecture review board to reaffirm the findings, to simply say, we did not get clear direction. This letter, the testimony received tonight, made it sound as if it was reluctantly given and regretted. So just reaffirm what we've received, and so that we can have some clear direction in our deliberation. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, right? Yeah, you guys are great.
Or we could just push them outside and let them fight to the death.
Yeah.
You know, that is something too.
Well, my position hasn't changed. I mean, you guys can, if you guys want to make some amended solution to this, that's on you guys. You know, it was very clear as day to me when he provided the documentation of the original house. It's at 16 feet, and the new house is 4 feet over that. I mean, it's basic math. It was shown in description provided by the applicant. I mean, it doesn't get any more clear than that to me. So, you guys, if you have something else you want to talk about pushing out and discussing it and remeasuring one of the houses, I know that's not more than 16 feet above the graded lot, and go ahead and do that. But I still stand. So, this is where the three of you get together and figure out your solution.
One thing that we were asked tonight
That's what I'm counting.
is not to approve this as it stands now and let the Riviera people and their so-called board take over this. So I don't know. I see some benefit to the city council actually doing it. It takes the liability off the review board because they reluctantly approved this. And we have documentation that some of it was under duress. So if we do that, I believe that problem would be appeased, and then maybe they would actually come up with a real solution instead of saying, okay, we're just going to approve this because we might get sued.
Scott, does this have a similar position? If we deny these permits without prejudice, similar to what we did with the sign program, that they could come back with additional direction and frankly, and a resubmittal that may be more in line, and maybe even reaffirmation by the Architecture Review Committee that would help us revisit this with some clarity?
Yeah, as you considered at your last meeting, if you make a denial of an application, then we'd want you to, if you don't state it's with prejudice, and no similar submittal can come back for a year. So if you are considering a motion for denial, you want to make that distinction. If I could, Mr. Brown, asking for testimony from the association or its architectural review board would be something that's fine. That's not ceding your authority to that association.
It's an investigation, correct?
Right. You're fact-finding, as you would be in a survey of 1 stories and 2 stories. That's not inappropriate at all to ask for that testimony and evidence to be submitted at a later date or with a new application, whichever you see fit.
And so for a reapplication, there's also, would that come directly to council, would that go through planning commission again?
No, it goes back to the starting gate, yeah. This is a zoning administrator approval, so it would go there.
Here's the thing, I am sympathetic to this process. I mean, frankly, when you go for the gusto, I guess that's kind of the risk you take, but one of the things I'd be inclined to do is to deny this permit without prejudice, ask that if anything is reapplied for anything, if it is, if an application is resubmitted at some point, acknowledging that there's been a long process and that we'd find some way to either waive the reapplication fees or the fees that would be assessed at that point, and allow this to be brought back before us on an expedited time frame. But I would require in rehearing this that we get some clear direction from the Architecture Review Board and from the CC, from whoever's representing the HOA group for Rivy, so that when it comes before us, that you've got a group of people who have properly considered it, that it feels as if it's been done the right way, and that this decision is a lot easier.
I'll second that.
I would add to that maybe that a majority of the homeowners, whatever is required by the CCNRs, that we need proof that whoever is coming before us and stating that they are the board, that they have standing, that they are actually voted in and not just appointed, so that we know we actually are talking to the
I don't think I want to
architectural
get into
board.
I don't want to go that deep. I think that, if frankly, they're going to have to find, if they're going to go through that whole process and reply, you're going to have to, unless, if anything's changed, you're going to have the same result, right? So I don't want to get that deep into it. Frankly, we make our findings, we make our denial, and with direction as to what we would wish to see if it was resubmitted.
I still seconded Tim's, original motion. So that's motion, but
Can I just say something that the applicant may want to consider requesting the item to just get tabled to address the issues that you're discussing right now?
okay. Yeah, I have no concern with that. Does anybody else?
What does that mean?
Means it'll come back to us.
Yeah,
To the
Amended.
directly.
amended. Changed, different. I'm comfortable with that. 2 months would.
What does that mean? I'm asking
What
the
I
lawyer.
suggest, if you want to go that route, you would direct the applicant to go back and work with the HOA to hopefully work out a solution that's acceptable to all. And so the table to allow them the opportunity to do that if they can. and
I
they
guess
can
that
come back.
accomplishes the lack of, the waiver permit fees by just doing tabling and have to go through the
It
whole
does, and
process.
it also accomplishes not having to go back through the zoning administrator back to you guys.
I make a motion to table this item with those, yes.
And can you tell us exactly what that means?
Yeah, it would
from a legal
be
point of view?
kept in abeyance indefinitely when staff believes it's ready to be brought back for the fact-finding that the council suggested. It would have to be renoticed as a council hearing.
Do we need to?
We don't need a date certain.
Not if it's subject to renoticing, and I think that was the intent of
I
staff.
move that we table this motion and that during the interim period, as I'd stated previously, that we get clearer direction from the Architecture Review Board as well as the leadership and the residents of the Rivy District, and that we have clear direction as to their desire, and ultimately that it answers some of the concerns we addressed tonight. It gives us an opportunity also to do a little bit of fact-finding based on some of the concerns we raised tonight as well. So,
Is there any merits to putting an end date on the table? in like 9 months or?
Not that I can think of. Providing adequate notice to the stakeholders is something you'd want to consider, but you can have that dealt with staff.
Do we need to do anything with the prior motion in a second? That's on this.
Oh, you have a substitute motion now.
I'm sorry, I'll make that a substitute motion for my
I'll
previous.
second that.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a new motion and a second by Brown and Ham. All's in favor? Aye. All's opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We truly appreciate it. I know it's been a difficult process. Thank you for coming. Before we move on, I'm going to have to step out of the meeting. I would like the opportunity to make a comment, though, on an item coming up. So,
Why are you stepping up?
because some people have jobs, i.e. me and Tim.
Oh.
Yeah. You're retired. You're living the dream.
You don't know I'm retired. You don't know anything about me.
Well, you've told me you're retired. Does that not mean you're retired? You've told me you've retired twice, at least.
You don't know
He doesn't
anything about
believe
what I
you
do
anymore.
with my mornings at St. Margaret's. And last
'Kay.
time you publicly shamed me about wanting to leave at 11:30.
Well, then, because you kept talking and you wanted to extend the meeting even longer. Stick to a program. Okay, so downtown core license plate, I just want to make a quick comment on it.
Go ahead.
I hope that in the future, we don't disapprove downtown new developments that are going to be.
That item.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. that
I
works for me.
move that we continue item.
Hold on, before you do that, why don't we ask if there's members of the public that are here to talk about that? Chris, can you just
Yeah.
inquire as to members of the public that are here
Does
to
anybody
talk?
here in the public want to speak on the downtown core license plate survey? Aside from Don? Anybody else? Was that? Who's this? Josh Cunningham? Are you sure? You comfortable with? Okay, perfect. I was just gonna say that, parking is paramount in the downtown area, and I just hope that our need for parking doesn't impede our need for quality business in downtown, and make sure we have a good balance of both. So, with that, you guys can.
Can you explain that? Say
Yeah,
that
so-
a
Let's
little
move
more.
on to item 8A.
So basically, what I'm saying with that is, if we have a project before, or a business before us, not a project, a business before us, that may require some additional parking waivers, I hope that the council sees fit to grant those waivers to encourage businesses in existing locations. So, anyway, that was my comment. Thank you, guys. And Bob, you want to take over? Take the helm?
I will take the helm.
Perfect. Thank you. Tim, thanks for walking us through that last one. Great job.
Okay. Next item is report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer concerning Phase 2 of the Mobility Task Force.
All right, good evening, council. My name is Tom Frank, and I'm your Transportation Engineering Manager, and I'm here to present on the consideration of Phase 2 of the Mobility Task Force. In December of last year, the council approved the Phase 1 Mobility Task Force with the objective to return to City Council with a focused and achievable mobility work plan. The members, the appointed members of the Phase 1 task force included Council members Donchek, Council member Brown, and then the Planning Commission appointed Commissioners Brown and Rulin. In addition to that, the staff that was a part of the task force effort was myself, the Public Works Director, and then representatives of the police services. In addition, our city manager attended several other meetings.
And OCTA is out in the audience.
That's right, and OCTA volunteered to actually attend the meetings, even though they weren't required to or even invited to. They were just interested. So the task force met 3 times, and in the first meeting, we reviewed the objectives of the task force and also what are the greatest needs within the city. And it was unanimously agreed that the task force, at least for the first 2 years, should focus on the projects that were started and coming forward that would have the biggest impact on transportation and mobility within the city. And so those projects include the opening of West Avenida Vista Hermosa, which has obviously opened, the I-5 carpool lane project, which is currently underway, the reconstruction of I-5 Avenida Pico interchange, and the gap closures of La Pata and Camino del Rio. So with that focus, we created a map showing our focal area and the stakeholders that are affected by that. And Laura, if you could put up attachment 1. You can see our focus area extends from the east, from Presidio, just beyond the high school and that commercial center, to the coast, and the northern or northwest boundary would be just beyond Shorecliffs Middle School, and to the south east would be Palizada, downtown area. So that's kind of our focal area. In the red clouds, you can see the key stakeholders within that focal area. And so right in the middle, you have the Marblehead Coastal Commercial. You have the 2 schools in that area. You have North Beach District. And of course, you have the Pico corridors. In addition, you have the public trails and the Marblehead residential areas. So instead of going through the basics of meeting 2 and 3, we can really summarize saying that we refined our objectives and we created a work plan, which is also included in attachment 2. So Laura, if you could put up attachment 2. The real focus is to really maximize communication with the stakeholders and optimize mobility opportunities within those areas. We're also trying to disturb or minimize the disturbance to all the local residents. So we came up with a structure, and I just want to kind of briefly walk you through this. We came up with a structure on how can we really peak our efficiency and not take up a lot of meeting time and really meet our objectives in the most efficient manner possible. So in our original phase 1 task force committees, we had the 2 council members, the 2 planning commissioners, and then 3 staff representatives. Well, if we move forward with phase 2, the recommendation would be to have a core task force, and that core task force would include the phase 1 city council members, along with the appointed planning commissioners and myself, the transportation engineering manager. We would meet monthly. The full task force would consist of the core task force members. In addition, we would add the public works director, representatives from police services, and then executive director of the school district, and then Chris Bouclé with OCTA, the community relations officer. And then we would also invite to any of our meetings any additional subject matter experts which were needed to participate in the conversations. So examples of such representatives would be an active transportation representative, and you might have an idea who would want to apply for that position. And that position would be appointed from the full committee, for the full task force committee. Other representatives would include Taylor Morrison, Craig Realty, North Beach Community Association, school principals and other district representatives, OCFA and other experts as we deemed needed to participate in the conversations regarding the particular stakeholders or milestones which we'd be discussing. I won't read to you all the objectives just in the interest of time, but obviously I'd be happy to answer any questions on them. I did want to highlight our objective 6, and that's to terminate the mobility task force when the project milestones for the work plan are addressed to the satisfaction of the City Council and a final report is accepted by the City Council or within 3 years, whichever is sooner. So again, the emphasis is really work efficiently and address the key issues or milestones which are included in this work plan. So our meetings, as I mentioned, the core group will meet monthly, the full group would meet quarterly, and all meetings would be noticed and open to the public. Moving down a little bit in that attachment, you'll see here's the real core of the work plan, and what I've listed here is 3 columns: milestones, impacted stakeholders, and then examples of actions which would address the milestones. So the milestones include the projects I've mentioned, plus a few others: the Avenida Pico interchange, Marblehead Coastal commercial opening, North El Camino Real improvements north of Estacion, the I-5 carpool lane project, and the opening of West Avenida Vista Hermosa. And I won't read the impacted stakeholders there, but they're in front of you, and it involves residents and others listed. And then the examples of the actions which we would take really focus on maximizing the communication and addressing the mobility needs for that particular milestone. So as an example, Avenida Pico interchange, our one action would be to create a mobility management plan for Avenida Frontera and Avenida Presidio. Another good example is the opening of West Avenida Vista Hermosa, which has just happened. We listed Shore Cliffs Middle School Access Plan. And so, of course, staff is doing some things on the topic, but the task force would help develop that access plan and would help with showing the importance to the other stakeholders involved in that effort to make sure that we're maximizing mobility opportunities and minimizing disturbance to the existing residents. So I won't go through the others in, just in the interest of time, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And
Anybody have a question for Tom? Tom, I do have one question.
Sure.
It seems like some of these things are already done, though. I mean, why are they on this list? The I-5 carpool lane project, what can the task force possibly do with that? I mean, it's in progress. They have everything scheduled. Did you hear any complaints about closing Pico on Saturday night?
I didn't know.
I didn't either. I didn't get anything. We've had full freeway closures. We've had Avenida Pico closures. They've gone without a hitch. So OCTA is doing a great job. Caltrans is doing a great job with that stuff. Well, all the people impacted were from other places. Maybe they don't know our phone number, but
Right. So,
you get it? I mean, that's already done. So
that closure is done. There's going to be other detours. So the focus would be to just continue coordinating with OCTA. If we see an issue, we can quickly address it. I would say that would be done with the core task force, and we're just looking to really make sure we foresee a problem and address it quickly.
When OCTA was here presenting last time or 2 times ago, there was sort of a menu of outreach possibilities that the city might want to participate in. For example, there was that program that would encourage people to shop on Pico, promoting Pico for the small businesses and all the businesses along the Pico corridor. So it's the school also going into the new school year is the high school especially probably is going to need some extra attention. So yeah, you're right. The OCTA is on it, but having that connection, if there's some sort of program we want to bring front and center, is a good thing.
Bob, I think one of the things that that happens, and I didn't appreciate that until I was mayor, is that residents don't clearly delineate the chain of or the areas of responsibility. When they get an on-ramp and there's congestion on the ramp, they call the city of San Clemente because those are the politicians and they work for me, and that's what we're supposed to do, right? And it's always weird for us to say, well, you need to call OCTA or this and that. And it seems like we're the catch-all for most of the things that happen here. So even if you've got all these agencies working within our city limits, we're the first line of defense. We're the people that they call. We catch everything. And so I think that a lot of these projects we may not have direct responsibility for, but we want to be a part of the coordination outreach efforts. And so we may not have a lot to do on the carpool lane project, but we can certainly connect our residents with the resources that do answer those questions and take some ownership of that. Because if not, they'll just continue to trickle in. We'll continue to say, go over there if you want information, and we're not providing many answers, to our residents, or even better, pushing out to people so that they're not calling us, using our social media platform and other things to try and address it ahead of time.
I'm just trying to save some of the city staff a couple of meetings every once in a while. That's all, because, man, that's all they do is go to meetings. So I'm just trying to...
I really believe that if we get ahead of this thing, that ultimately it will save time at the end, that Tom Frank won't be picking up these questions, that the group will be handling that ahead of time.
I'm going to hold you to that.
I'm
Okay.
hoping. However, if that isn't the case, I'm gonna have Tom tell you that, so I don't have to answer for it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, all right, so,
Tom, I have a question.
Great.
On the North Beach opportunities, the last example of actions you could take was transit improvements. What do you mean by that?
Right.
Can I answer that
Sure.
one? Because
Go ahead.
this involves you. That would be the Project V circulator request through OCTA. And Susan Genrich, for example, this is kind of why the task force might actually be productive, sent me an email saying, this is from 2 days ago, I haven't had an opportunity, she's the new general manager for the outlet malls. I've spoken to Kathy Ward and Dave Simpson at OCTA to express our interest in a trolley service for the city of San Clemente. Let us know how we can assist in the process. So that's what that is.
Okay, I wanted to verify that,
Yeah,
that
and
that
she did
meant
reach out,
trolley.
so thanks for making that connection.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to know, is I had heard that the traffic task force would be addressing that and looking at that. I just wanted to make sure that that's what that meant and not assume that. So, thank you for clearing that up. The only other question I have, on Marblehead Coastal Commercial Opening, the second milestone, you have commercial traffic. Are you just meaning any traffic that is going into Marblehead, or are you talking about actual commercial traffic like delivery trucks or something?
Delivery trucks, right, and the tour bus management.
So you're going to be
So we're-
working with the stakeholder, Craig Development?
Right, the
Because I'm
commercial
sure they have a
property owners.
plan for
Right,
this. Okay.
exactly.
So you're just reviewing it and making sure that it doesn't
Right,
inhibit any other stakeholder, anything that's going on? Or our
exactly, to try
traffic.
and minimize the disturbance for the delivery, to see if we can,
Accept their plan? Okay, thank you.
welcome. So, that really, I mean, I don't know if you want to go through each of the milestones. So with that, the Phase 1 Mobility Task Force recommends that the City Council approve the Phase 2 of the Mobility Task Force to address the work plan provided in the attachment 2. And
Anybody want to move that?
And I'll second it. Well, go ahead.
I'll move it. I move that we approve Phase 2 of the Mobility Task Force to address the, I move that we approve staff recommendation.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Brown, second by Doncheck. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you,
And I'd
Tom.
also like to recognize Commissioner Don Brown, who's in the audience, Lou Avra, and Chris, because I think all three
Yeah,
of you were involved in this, so thank you.
Thanks for patiently sitting through this meeting with us.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next is the report from the Community Development Director concerning the downtown license plate survey.
Good evening, council members. I'm Cliff Jones, the project manager for the license plate survey. As you might recall, the purpose of the license plate survey, this was a directive by City Council. It was to determine how the employee and other sources of long-term parking demand impact downtown core parking supply. The report reveals a number of things. It's quite detailed, but essentially it shows parking trends of where people are parking and how long they're parking. The cost of the survey was $15,000. That was to hire 3 interns to do the survey work. Had we gone out and had a private consultant do that work, it would have cost us $40,000. So there was a cost savings of approximately $25,000 to have our 3 interns do this work, prepare the survey for us. And we got them to work on a number of other high priority projects as identified in the general plan and as identified by the City Council. So that was a success there. The report makes a number of parking management recommendations, and the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council support these recommendations at their January 7th, 2015 meeting. The recommendations were also presented to the Downtown Business Association at their March 18th, 2015 membership meeting, and the membership did not express any major concerns with the recommendations and were supportive of city efforts to make parking available for customers and shoppers of the downtown. This slide here summarizes the findings of the report. Here you can see there's the areas where vehicles are parked for extended periods of time. That's cars staying for 5 hours or more. And that's primarily occurring in the Avenida Cabrillo area on the street. On the north and south side, you can see that there's 34 cars that were staying over 5 hours. They're doing so legally. And also within the 2 all-day public lots, Lot 8A and 7A, we had a total of 52 cars staying legally in those 2 lots.
Excuse me, Cliff, what,
Yes.
what time of day is that?
That is basically over 5 hours, but the peak.
I mean, is it midnight to 5 a.m. or is it noon to 5 p.m.?
Generally, the survey was done between 7 and 7, I want to say, between that time period. So, but our peak occupancy is 1 p.m. in the downtown. So that's where we're seeing a high utilization. But those 5 hours, I would imagine, probably start occurring somewhere around 10 o'clock.
What I want to make clear is that this is not overnight stuff that we're talking about here.
That's
This is
correct.
daytime.
This is daytime use.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And the survey also revealed that there's 2 locations in which cars were overstaying posted time limits. That occurred within the Avenida Granada lot, Lot 6A. And there was noticed that 10 cars overstayed time limits there. And also on the 200 block of Avenida Del Mar on the south side, we noticed 11 cars overstaying time limits there. So there's recommendations within the report for additional enforcement in those 2 particular areas as well. So the report, as I mentioned, makes parking management recommendations. The first 7 recommendations are recommended for immediate implementation. They have relatively low cost. The first 2 have to do with enforcement. The third recommendation is to encourage parking at the Fire Station Senior Center lot after 5 p.m. There's 25 spaces there, and the lot's underutilized after 5 p.m.
How are we going to encourage?
There's a variety of ways, but primarily in the evening hours, we have employees of restaurants that are utilizing parking in the downtown, and we could talk to restaurant owners and encourage to have their employees park there in that location.
Well, I mean, is part of this we're going to have a plan to do that, or do you want a plan from us, or do you have a plan for us, or you got some ideas about how to do that?
Sure, yeah, we're looking for direction from the city council to encourage that to occur. So city staff would meet with restaurant owners and talk to them.
Okay.
Recommendation number 4 is to increase circulation of our public parking brochure. We have, and I have that public parking brochure here. It shows the location of the all-day lots and the 3-hour lots. We provide this to the business owners of the downtown so they could provide to their customers. And there's a few kiosks in the downtown area where we can start putting these in those kiosks.
Is there any value to doing a cheaper version of that and putting it in utility bills? Because, you know, the thing is, if you're driving around looking for parking, you're not going to pull out your handy-dandy, map, but or something like that.
It's something that staff can investigate.
Okay, I'd like to put that idea out there because.
Actually, works right. Actually, Cliff, something that would be maybe more useful is for a lot of those businesses down there that operate their own websites. If we could provide a digital copy of that map, and then they could provide the parking lot that's closest to their business for wayfinding. So if you're coming to our store, park in this lot, this area, something that, you always get directions to the store. I think if we provide, and they probably have already done this, I'm probably being redundant, but digital copies like this so that each store that's represented, if it's the Hobie store, the new Jimmy John's, when someone wants to go to Jimmy John's, they type it up like, oh, park, and there's a nice little digital map that says park in this lot. If you want to go to Jimmy John's, might be very useful in terms of wayfinding perspective, as most people are using navigation anyway now, or something like that. So
I think that's a great recommendation. We can talk with the Downtown Business Association and have them email that to their membership.
A lot of the times, just a really high quality map for them to work with. A nice digital copy allows them to dice it up and use it as they see fit.
Recommendation number 5 is to convert the all-day lot off of Avenida Cabrillo Lot 7A to 3-hour time limit. There's 32 spaces within that lot. It's very convenient to the shopping on Del Mar. There's a pass-through that connects that parking lot to Avenida Del Mar. Recommendation number 6 is to create a special overnight resident parking permit for downtown residents only. The way it works in the downtown right now for residents to park overnight, and really anyone who has a city parking permit, they can park overnight legally within 4 lots within our downtown area. So as you can imagine, there's an opportunity for people to park cars for a very long duration of time that aren't even residents. And if they park in the lot overnight and leave their car parked all day, they're monopolizing use of the parking lot.
But don't we, I mean, we've already got permits. What would be different about this one?
What would be different would be, this would be for downtown residents only to park within these 4 lots overnight. Right now, anyone who has a city parking permit is able to park in these 4 lots.
So city parking permits would not be valid in certain lots in the city. Boy, I can see some,
Just overnight, if I can.
I got that, but still, the,
I thought those were just for metered city parking permits that are, that's just for meters. So how is it that a parking permit that we pay for a resident can park in those lots overnight?
Well, I think that's part of what we want to address here with this recommendation.
We say those permits, they can park overnight.
well, you don't get a ticket on Del Mar if you got a city parking permit. You can park there for all.
I just want to explain what they tried to create was a overnight parking pass for the residents in the area, and they just used it as an extension of the city parking permit. So part of this study said that
Not
probably
adequate.
should be refined somehow to be more reflective of the actual residents in the area.
That's a good idea.
So, but right now, it's not the most perfect, I think, solution to the problem, and that's just how it's been used. So it extended what's really intended for parking meters to the downtown.
Okay. So it would clarify that, I don't know how many homeowners we have on Del Mar. I heard like 70-something. So those 70-something people would have identification that we know they're a homeowner there. And we're only going to give it to them that they can park there overnight. So it would offer clarity for that and not allow someone to abuse the lot.
I see something rife with problems there, but we'll see how the details of that one works out.
Yes, staff would do further analysis and research and actually develop the program and return to the city council for final approval. And then recommendation number 7 is to install bicycle parking in the downtown. And that would be coming back to, of course, to the city council for approval.
And location is up to you, but make sure they're fun bicycle racks. I'm seriously, I've got example after example, and something in character, yeah. They don't have to just be the old-fashioned 1950s bars.
Yeah, but if you're driving your bike downtown, don't you park right next to the place you're going and put your bike around the tree?
Which
That's
is
what we
kind of
put those
annoying
trees in.
because it blocks the sidewalk.
No, it's the trees are not in the public right-of-way. Aren't they off of it? It's awkward. Yeah.
Kiki just did this the other day.
I
and,
did too.
And we didn't have a cable long enough to go around a palm tree, so I think we locked it to a bench or something stupid like that. So, yeah. Well, actually, we found a Corvette and we locked it to the door handle. I think it looked a lot. I remember the license plate looked familiar, so I scratched it up a little, but we didn't mind.
So recommendations 8 through 12 will require further follow-up and study and require future city council action for final approval. If you want, I can go into them in detail. If you want, we can just move along. Okay.
Let me ask a question real quick. I understand why on number 5, you're saying convert 7A on Cabrillo, but not 8A, because we have residents parking there and we want to make sure they have adequate parking. But why on number 9, is it a further recommendation for follow-up to not convert Granada 6C to a 3-hour? And I do understand some residents are parking there overnight, so my question is, who are those residents that are parking on Granada? On 6C? It says that they are, some residents are parking overnight between 9 and 9 p.m. and 9 a.m. Who is that? I know it's downtown residents parking on Cabrillo, but on Granada, on 6C, I'm not sure who those residents are.
I
On
can't,
Granada. No, there's not very many houses. They've all been converted into pottery or tattoo shops or whatever on Granada. But, so I'm not sure that that's valid. I'm not sure that we shouldn't do 6C now to a 3-hour limit. You know, I've heard from the residents on Del Mar that they really need Cabrillo until they work that out. But on 6C, I'm just not sure who's parking there. I don't know where that information came from.
well, I'm not sure really who the residents are that are parking
Okay, so
there,
can
but
we
there
check
are.
that out? Huh? Maybe overnight parking for them, I don't know. By all the taxis I see out there, they should need the.
Certainly would be consistent.
Granada?
Yeah, it's just if you're gonna make these conversions to 3-hour time limits, at least some consistency would help. You know, I mean, if you all day 3-hour, you know, it's
Right.
just if you're gonna be within those that block, then you know maybe we ought to consider just lining them all up.
Okay, so that's just my question on Granada. I don't understand why it's not in the immediate.
And if the council majority wants to move that forward to the immediate implementation, that could be done.
I'm fine with a lot of these things, Cliff, and I'm sure, but this is a subject that's come up before. Let's say you've had too much to drink in a bar downtown. So you take a taxi home. Guess what's waiting on your car the next day, I hear, if you, when you come back and get it?
They have a program.
wanna guess?
Did you know they have a program for that? It was in the report.
Well,
I've just never seen it
Is
implemented.
are we going to implement something like that?
Yeah, currently we have a program with a few of the restaurants downtown where they have special overnight parking permits that they give to folks who consume more than they should, and we try to discourage drinking and driving.
I have about 50
And-
of them I've collected over the years that.
And so we're encouraging further promotion of that program, so
Yeah.
other restaurants start to utilize that program as well.
I talked to the same resident, and I kind of thought this was a brilliant idea, and I came up with it, and I found out it's an existing program. It just hasn't been, you know, pushed out, propagated as much. So I wouldn't mind seeing that expanded as part of what we decided to do here tonight.
It
Well-
would need to be expanded if we're gonna make Granada, you know, a 3-hour.
Right, if we're going to do that with all,
It would definitely need to be.
if we're going to need, you know, special permits to park overnight and such like that, we're going to have to make some allowance for that, because that's a big deal to some folks. I mean, anyway.
And so I'm not going to go through the current parking management policies that have been very effective, but I just wanted to jump to the last recommendation, and this is the big recommendation. This is the one that is identified in our general plan, and that's to develop a comprehensive parking and circulation strategy. Now that's going to require detailed analysis, substantial public outreach, and may involve significant costs. And there's a number of strategies that are recommended for consideration in developing that comprehensive parking and circulation strategy. And
Order
I
of
can go into
magnitude,
those.
is it like $5,000, $50,000? When you say it's going to be an expensive undertaking?
Well, we don't know. We'd have to go out and talk with consultants and really see what it is, what would be involved to do such an effort. And then,
So tonight you just want us to say, go explore?
yeah.
And the Walker study, which in your report you refer to as 2003, but wasn't it updated like in 2008,
So we've done
right? Wasn't it? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it was downtown.
we've had our interns do counts. So the last counts that we did was 2013 of the entire downtown area.
And that was,
So that was-
using the same methodology as the Walker study?
Correct,
So we have
yes.
3 different sets of information.
Yeah, we have a 2003, a 2006, a 2008, 10, and 13.
Oh, we have a lot. Okay.
Yes. We've recognized a significant cost savings by using insurance.
So that's the same thing, using your
Yes.
insurance, it's the Walker study model. Oh,
Yes.
good, all right, excellent.
So that concludes staff's presentation. Staff's available to respond to any questions that you have, and we seek your input.
I'll move it if you, but I also underscore Kathy's points about make sure the residents in the downtown area don't slip through the cracks.
I have 2 items. First of all, I wanted to, and Bob, I'm glad Bob raised the point, because that program of overnight parking with the permit thing, to me, is something that we should have everybody serving alcohol in that area on board with. You know, that's a safety item. It's something that is nominal cost, but ultimately it has a great benefit. We keep folks off the road, and we also give them no incentive whatsoever to try and drive home to avoid a ticket or something. So I'd like to see that expanded. Second thing is on 18 it said, continue the policy of no more use of parking waivers unless additional public spaces are obtained. You know, I don't remember the policy direction on that. And one of the things that is a concern is in the general plan, we were trying to get services business to move off of Del Mar and replace those with more, you know, retail, restaurant uses. Inevitably, you know, a change in use like that is going to create more people wanting to go there. So if you have right now, say an insurance agency has 4 people per hour showing up to services, and then all of a sudden in say a small restaurant opens up there, you're gonna have 15 people per hour that are gonna be coming through there. That's exactly the kind of use we want to encourage, but without the tool of parking waivers, it's gonna have the effect of exactly the opposite. You know, even though we want to encourage it, we're going to hold you to these strict parking requirements and generate these things out of nowhere. So my feeling is unless somebody's coming with a brand new development, meaning tearing a building down, expanding it, or pushing it out, in that case they're expanding the area, all these items, then we ought to demand that no waivers be given for that. But if it's if you're re-engineering a use and you're doing something frankly that lines up well with our general plan, then I don't think we ought to take that off the board. I think we ought to be able to have waivers for some of these businesses, you know, for businesses that are coming here that want to open up. So, I don't know how lined up I am on that policy. I'd like to have this as a tool in the toolbox.
You mentioned regenerating a business. So you're saying an existing business like for like? Or are you saying
No, so
it was retail and now it's going to be a restaurant?
When an insurance business moves, we wanted them to move back to Cabrillo. We wanted to move them off that block and
Right.
have more retail and restaurant uses that are compatible with Del Mar.
As long
So-
as you understand restaurant uses require a lot more parking.
They do, but and not that they wouldn't have to generate spots, but do we want to hold them strictly accountable to that? Because we will never have, if we do accomplish what we want for that area, unless we build parking garages all over the place, we're always going to be, a little short on that aspects. And so we just need to be aware of that, we've got policies that are clashing. And I would rather have some flexibility on a case-by-case basis to invite restaurants in, Jimmy John's, these places that belong in those areas, and not force them out by the strict
Well,
requirements.
maybe Jim can talk to that because this has been studied by the Planning Commission quite a bit. So I think we need
Well, I
to
just wanted to,
understand that.
technically, the waivers aren't off the table, they're allowed in the code. The recommendation of the study is that we be very careful about issuing waivers unless we can show that there's parking available. Right now, if you look at the survey information from the latest survey in the downtown in 2013, you find that the on-street parking is at 85% capacity, which is kind of like the tilting point. If you go above 85% capacity, now you're affecting the circulation of the streets. And same thing with the parking lots. The public parking lots are about 90%. So they're both top capacity. So to allow a waiver in a situation where everything's at max, probably not a good idea. So what it says is don't absolutely eliminate them, but be certain that you do a survey, a concentrated survey for where they want to go in, where people might likely be parking, where the waivers would be granted, that there is some parking opening up. that there's some availability there in order to grant them. So I just wanted to be clear, it's not taking it completely off the table, there's still the option of possible.
I just want to make sure that if somebody read this later on and we're going through the study and said, no waivers, Tim, you approve this, I want to make
Yeah.
sure that we had this conversation.
Yeah, because I'm sure Jim can find, and Cliff can find you can find some better language in there that gives a small, tiny little window of opening, because we do not want to be one of our neighbors to the north.
Yeah, I think that the original one said, unless shown there's capacity or something like that. We could add that little caveat to it.
That might be better.
Let's hear from the folks that would like to tell us about downtown parking. First up, Mr. Cunningham, and then Mr. Brown.
I can promise I won't need 3 minutes, because we've all been here a long time. We're just here in support of what the Planning Commission did. I'm a board member of the Downtown Business Association. I'm also a commercial real estate agent, so I understand the frustrations with permits and conditional use permits and all the fun stuff. But that being said, we're here in that we've met with and we agree with that. We're here to actually help and reach out to the restaurant owners and everyone else to help with some of the solutions we're kind of discovering now. We're a part of that. We can reach out to our members as well regarding parking, all the things that were mentioned. One of the only things I did want to bring up that was discussed that we just kind of to keep in mind is that if there are employees in these locations and they're utilizing some of these off-street like Cabrillo or Granada or even farther away, if they're 3 hours, there is a potential of possibly having someone that's a 6 or 8 hour shift now having to go and possibly move a car. So just throwing that out there that maybe if it's a permit thing or something we can do with each employee, or have a lot that's farther off that's not a 3 hour, just consider that from a logistical standpoint if we've got bussers and people working. So anyway, that being said, we're here in full support, and we're just basically saying we want to work hand in hand with the city. We're more than open to any suggestions, and we have a lot of membership that is basically saying the same thing that we are, that is, let's address it, let's figure out something. Obviously, no one's going to be happy with whatever anyone decides. However, we want to decide something, and we're part of it.
We're used to that.
Exactly.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Well, Mr. Cunningham, I do have one suggestion. You know those parking pamphlets? They do not seem to get enough counter space in the places that I frequent downtown. No, that's okay. I'm just encouraging you to continue your outreach and, you know.
I think it's a business by business thing. We're realizing pamphlets are slowly going out just like business cards.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. I know it's late. Don Brown, Vice Chair of the Planning Commission, Traffic Task Force. I got started in public service on a speed hump task force in a city long way away from here a long time ago. This is really a great study. The Planning Commission, we worked on it 3 or 4 times, polished it. Cliff really worked it. It was, I think, started by then Mayor Brown. Let's do a license plate survey. If you really step back, and I want to key on one of the points you made earlier tonight, like let's have more dialogue between this body and the Planning Commission. What you're really looking at here is we've reached an equilibrium point downtown. What you're saying here is that parking's about 85% on these slices. It's about full. And so what we're doing is we're really working at the margins here. We're taking the inner lots and kind of making them 3 hours. We're going to go look at the keyhole, and we're going to look at the community center. So that's where the employees should park all day or after 5. But we're really working on the margins, and maybe you can get a few slots from the Presbyterian Church or some of these buildings and kind of work it. But we've also keyed on a couple of points here earlier tonight. You want, like parking ways, you want flexibility. We want to really work it microscopically. So really what's going forward here, I think, we did a couple things in the general plan with the 3 versus 2 story controversy. We put a lot of good words down there in the downtown, lot lines, aggregation, so we don't really, you know, people can't buy a lot of lots and make it look bad or look good or make it look huge. But the big thing we put in there for the 1 and 2 stories is we're going to incentivize those people to update their buildings because they're reaching the end of their service life. And so I'm here to plant a seed with you, the council, to look forward and say, okay, you better have an answer one of these days when somebody comes in and wants to take an old rug store and make it a Nick's, and say, incentivize me. So what are we going to incentivize them with? So I plant that seed that we got to start getting ahead of this a little bit. In the immediate future, because of that general plan, is the zoning ordinance we're working on now. We're working on your zoning plan amendment, but part of that, in that zoning ordinance, is the parking part of that. And we really need to look at downtown and the waivers and all the old grandfathering, because in some of the certain areas now, in the certain ordinances we're changing now, you wanted flexibility for conversion, which is what we're working on at the planning zoning ordinances as we speak. We can take a house and make it a business make it a house down in that central area. And so that's going to drive adaptability, reuse, and parking, just like some of you pulled on. And so we really have to think about this going forward. It's what I'm trying to make sure is you people think about it and communicate with us so we can really execute this, you know, we're all on the same sheet of music here. I just leave you with one thing. If the San Clemente Hotel, somebody came to town and said, I want to restore it to its glory and make it a hotel, because this is an apartment building right now. If you turned that building into a hotel, your downtown parking scheme would, in my view, would collapse, because the additional parking required for a hotel and the 50 or 60 people that do park there overnight because they rent there. That's one adaptability of one building would take all the cabrillo, and the whole house of cards would fall apart, in my view. And I'm not an expert, but maybe I know enough to be dangerous. So it's time to look at that parking study in the future. We've always done a little downtown Walker parking study. We've done interns, but we've never tied it all together. Pier Bowl, Linda Lane, North Beach, we've never put it all together. Measure V, take some money and make them parking lots smart so we know who's parked there and who's not. Because that's what we got to do. We've got to get smart. We got to start thinking out of the box moving forward. And you need to give us guidance as the council. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Don. Anybody want to move some of these, all of them? Down to 19?
We're going to separate 20, the final recommendation, out of that.
I don't know.
The one question I have on the number 20, in the North Beach area, I thought we had a parking and circulation studies all done ad nauseum because of the Playa del Norte project. So I'm a little hesitant. Do we need to do that again? Or does it have to be, we can't incorporate all these studies into a comprehensive plan, what we already know, and get it cheaper?
I don't think you're approving the scope of work for whatever the study will be. We'll look at it in a comprehensive way, and we'll come back to the city council with a scope of work for you to approve, you know, once we get to that point.
Okay.
You know, I think I feel comfortable moving, you know, the planning commission recommendation here. I think we've discussed it. We've got a record as to what we've been indicating tonight. You know, we have, I think the study has been useful. I think we have everything we need to know here. And so I would move that we adopt planning commission recommendation as currently stated. And, you know, we have a record of many of the things we talked about tonight, but this opportunity isn't going away. You know, we've got plenty more to talk about, and I think that we can do it in a smart way.
I'll second the motion.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
And I'm going to have to leave, but I'm a big fan of the local coastal plan.
All right.
Okay, the next item is report from the interim community development director concerning a cost-benefit analysis for a local coastal program.
Cliff, did you get enough direction on that? Are we clear? Yes. We're good? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Council. We were asked to go back and take a look at basically the benefits of the local coastal program. I think there was a couple of good questions that were asked by the council, and Mayor Pro Tem Baker specifically, I think it was a good exercise to go through, because some of this stuff I was actually unaware of until we did some of the research. The first question was, how many coastal development permits do we actually anticipate, processing in a year? Because we were thinking if it was only 4 or 5, is that really worth all the hassle that we're going through? And our survey of, the last 5 years is we average about 32 in-concept approvals right now in the city, which are things that move on to the Coastal Commission that we review first. There's also usually between 2 to 5 city projects and other agency projects that filter through this to the Coastal Commission. So we're thinking that about a 35 coastal development permit average annually is what we would expect to see. Then in regard to cost, time, and convenience, us compared to Coastal Commission, there really is no contest. I mean, frankly, we're talking about a review process in the matter of weeks, 6 to 12. Coastal Commission in a matter of months, 6 to 12. Looking at the cost, we're in around the $1,000 range for processing of residential, and maybe a maximum $5,000 for commercial. Theirs costs are between $2,500 to $7,000 for residential, and about up to $17,000 for commercial. So clearly a savings in cost. You submit your application in beautiful San Clemente, or you go up to the city of Long Beach, and then you go to a commission or a hearing in San Clemente versus a hearing that could be anywhere in Southern California, anywhere from Santa Barbara down to San Diego. We meet twice a month. They meet once every 2 months for Southern California issues. So we certainly can process things quicker because of that. Also, I would say that Coastal Commission applications are cumbersome. They're very understaffed and frankly not very customer friendly. The city of San Clemente prides ourselves in performing high levels of customer service. So in all those aspects, I think there's a great improvement. Another question we would address was, workloads and what this would mean to our staff capacity. And we surveyed 5 other coastal cities in the local area to kind of get an idea of what happened to them in terms of workloads, and found that all of them were able to accommodate the additional workload with their existing staff levels. And particularly, I think the closest comparison is Carlsbad, which they're processing about 40 coastal development permits annually. And they felt the overall benefit versus the cost of doing the extra work was well worth it for their community. So I thought that was pretty telling. Then, of course, there's the issue of more local control. I mean, frankly, we know our Coastal Commission better than the Coastal Commission does, or our coastal area better than the Coastal Commission, and I think we would do a better job in legislating our coastal area. Also, I should mention that the local coastal program is divided into 2 parts. Right now, we're working on the coastal land use plan, and that process is necessary already because we updated our centennial general plan, and we more or less are required to do it for legal requirements to make our LCP or our OUP consistent with our general plan. So that's going to happen no matter what. So we might as well go through that process since we have to do it. And by going through that process, we'll get basically all the input from the Coastal Commission on what they want us to do. And I'm going to tell you that some of that stuff isn't going to be maybe completely aligned with what our community goals are. And that's where we need to probably get tough on some of them and agree to disagree and take it to Coastal Commission itself, because we can sometimes staff, doesn't always, the Coastal Commission doesn't always agree with staff, and I think we have a great consultant team that will help us lobby the Commission to get something that really fits our community. So by going through that process, we'll find out exactly what the direction is and what the requirements will be before we proceed to the actual implementation plan. And at that point, we can make a decision if something were, completely out of character with the community, that may be a good point then to rethink about whether we should go forward or not. So that's basically our recommendation, and we're requesting council direction.
Any questions for Mr. Petches? Well, I got to tell you, Jim, I'm glad we did this little bit of extra work, because when you talk about no more staff to implement this, that's a big deal. The thing I am concerned about is enforcement. The Coastal Commission has a very large hammer We've got a hammer, it's not nearly as large as theirs, though. How are we going to protect our rights to enforce things that get out of hand?
That's a good question, and I haven't gotten a detailed answer, but the Coastal Commission still enforces permit action that the city issues. So there may be cases where we don't even have the ability to enforce a particular requirement of the Coastal Act, and then they would come in and assist the city. But I don't know a lot of details of how and when that occurs.
When this comes back, I'd like to see some more on that. So, if nobody's got any more questions for Mr. Petches, I'll make the motion that we continue the process to complete the local coastal program.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Jim.
Next is oral communications part 2, and we have one card.
All right. Jim Schalander. Hello, Jim.
Is this a first?
It is.
Okay. Wow.
I just want to, this is very weird. I want to thank the City Council, but May 15th will be my last day at the paper. And I will be getting married at the end of this month, 25 days from today, actually. And my fiancée is a medical student, and she received word in March that she'll be doing her residency at the University of Nevada School of Medicine in Las Vegas. So I'll be moving from paradise to the 12th circle of hell in the summer. Yeah. But I'm more than happy to do it because she's worth that.
So basically, it's okay to be in hell as long as you got an angel alongside you.
Exactly.
So that's kind of the way it works.
Absolutely.
I just want to thank council. I want to thank the tremendously helpful city staff that I've gotten the chance to work with in my time at the paper. I've worked with 7 members of council, 3 city managers, but I can't say how many city staff, but everyone has been remarkably helpful and responded to calls that I made at 12:30 that morning, if need be, the next day. So I just want to say it's been a pleasure to live here. It's been a pleasure to work here, and I want to thank you all very much. I will be here next Thursday, but that's not a regular meeting. So I just wanted to, again, thank all of you for my time here.
We wish you luck.
All right, great. Best of luck, Jim. Thank you very much.
We're so sorry you're
Thanks for
leaving.
coming up and doing that. That was very nice of you.
Congratulations, though.
Okay.
Fred's
We
like,
have to
I'm not
break in
moving to hell.
another reporter.
City manager?
Just wanted to report that at the last city council meeting, that the council has decided not to pursue the wave pool project at this time, along with the mini golf and the restaurant. And we're not working on that project at this time. That's all.
City attorney?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Council members?
I have one issue, and there's only 3 of us here, but I think it's okay. About a year and a half ago, sitting council at that time decided not to, they decided to put out for an RFP for the farmer's market in downtown, that was going to come back to us in 2 years' time. That's going to be coming up in, I believe, by the end of the year, a busy time of year. But I wanted to see if we could agendize that to decide whether we still want to go to an RFP or continue on how we're doing that. So I would like that agendized.
Sure, I don't see anything wrong with
So
that.
do we have to take a vote? So I move that we agendize the RFP for the process for the farmer's market. We have to take a vote.
Do we have to take a vote on that, or do we vote, we just have to vote against not contemplating that action? Doesn't a council member have?
Oh,
the
does
right-
individual have the right to do it? I don't know.
I've been
I'm
asked to
sorry.
make motions in the past, so. we
Usually
need to
what it
clarify
is
that.
if a council member wants to contemplate something, they can do so unless the council majority decides that that's not worthy of contemplating. That's how we've done it in the past, but if that's not accurate, then, you know.
It isn't the immediate past.
I will defer to Joanne on the policy for agendizing.
If my memory's correct, I think it says majority vote of the council. So.
Okay.
We'll double
Then I
check
stand
that.
corrected,
Thank
So
then
I
I'll
made the
second.
motion.
I think,
I did.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
We had an opportunity just in, I think in the first year I was on council where I wanted to agendize something. And the council usually will take any item that any council member comes up to unless the majority of the council decides we don't want to contemplate that. And so they vote against bringing it up.
I
But-
could be confused with
But
appeal.
to listen, to hear something, to bring something forward to the council, any council member could do so, without a vote to do so. Because I don't want to really listen to the item, but I don't mind it, then, you know, she could do it and I don't care. That's,
could
I'd
very
like some
well be right.
clarification on that, if that would be okay.
All right.
Okay.
Tim, do you want to make a motion to get some clarification on the motion-making
I'd like
procedure?
to make a motion,
Thank
do we
you.
vote on that?
All right. Okay.
Things are getting squirrely. It's 11 o'clock.
All right. Anything else, Tim?
Nothing from me, no council member items. I would like to read the ordinances and adjourn the meeting, though.
Oh, well, I want to talk about top knots on the bridge. What are we going to do about that? We going to,
That's Caltrans.
we want to talk about that some more? We want to,
Well, I think what Caltrans had said is that, you know, they kind of said we're in design, we're past that point here. I'd like to ask them to revisit it. You know, it's obvious we have some residents with concerns. I don't particularly enamored with the design, so
Well, I have concerns of, we can't see the view anymore as we come into Pico because we have development. You know, as we come into San Clemente, we can't see the ocean view anymore, but you can see it when you're on Pico at the corridor and you can look down. So if this is further blocking that, I think we should visit that.
this is on the bridge. This is
No, it's on the
I
bridge.
just think it's
on the top of the bridge.
I just don't know how much the
Isn't
design
the bridge as
works.
you're crossing Pico and you're able to look down to the corridor of the
There's just
ocean?
Yeah, there's just
If
8
you're on the
top
freeway.
knots or 8's at
No, I'm
4 on
talking
each
about the
side.
freeway.
You're on the freeway and you go by something at 10 feet. That's, car's 18 feet long. I mean, it's not,
What about height? I think a car is normally 5 feet tall.
I think we can explore this with Caltrans. I just think the design elements are a little out of character with what we've done in San Clemente, and frankly,
It's a little fancy
so let's save
schmancy
them,
for us.
let's save them a few $1,000s.
let's save them some money and
Let's
say
save
we
them
don't
some
want
money,
top
yeah,
knots,
just
nice.
Can
do
some of
away
that
with
money
them.
go to the extension of Del Rio?
There you go. All right.
Seems like it
I
would
like
be a
that
lot of
line of
money.
Let's,
reasoning.
can we, let's
Let's make the
investigate it. huh?
request, yeah.
Can we, We-
I agree with that.
I will direct staff to talk to Caltrans about
see what we can do about getting rid of them? Or, we'll see. All right.
Why don't we just relocate them somewhere else in the
Not
city?
your house. The hospital, I'd like to just say a couple of words about the hospital. I was very encouraged about our trip to the hospital. It was characterized in some of the press releases as kind of a negative thing, but I took it completely opposite. I thought it was very positive because we went up there with the expectation of losing at the meeting, and we didn't. So I took that as a very positive step. I'm hoping that it continues to be positive, but I was very encouraged by that. I was very encouraged at the support from city staff up there, the lobbyists that we hired. I was very encouraged by Senator Bates and Assemblyman Bro's staffs, and also their knowledge of the workings up there in Sacramento. I was very, very encouraged about that. So it was a positive experience. We did good. So with that,
We'll do the second reading. I move that we adopt ordinance number, are we good for this, Joanne? Yeah. I move we adopt ordinance number 1594 entitled Ordinance to the City Council, City of San Clemente, California, approving zoning amendment 14.056, amending Title 17 of the San Clemente Municipal Code, clarifying the application review process, streamlining permit processes, while maintaining and enhancing the quality of life, making wireless antenna procedures consistent with federal law.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I move that we adopt
Any
ordinance.
opposed? Passes unanimously.
Sorry about that. I move that we adopt ordinance number 1595 entitled Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Title II and Title 16 of the San Clemente Municipal Code to clarify the application review process and allow for zoning administrator to approve the tentative tract maps for condominiums and condominium conversions.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Okay. Last but not least, I'd like to adjourn this meeting tonight in honor of the newest resident of the City of San Clemente. Her name is Eleanor Harris, baby Ellie, and she was born about an hour ago. And she is my parents' 47th grandchild and my 47th niece or nephew, depending on how you. And there she is, right there. Daddy sent me a picture. They're very proud.
That's a
Don't
healthy
worry, it
baby.
gets better. You're in San Clemente. It just gets up. It goes up from here.
So she's got the Brown family volume behind her then. Good
9
for her.
pounds, 3 ounces.
Thank you.
Look at that. Look at those
Thank you.
chins for crying out loud. So maybe they get on her diet right away. You know, get her. So anyway, we're excited to have her here. And congratulations to Nikki and Darren for a beautiful little baby girl. So with that, I'd like to adjourn to the adjourned regular council meeting that we held on May 14th, 2015 at 4 p.m. The council chambers located 100 Avenue in Presidio, San Clemente, California, for the purpose of conducting a workshop to consider the proposed fiscal year 2016 budget.
All those in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously, Joanne. Thank you. Good night.